はい、こんばんは。ちょっと待ってね。今、裏でいろいろとやってるんでね。これで米火が表示されるようになるはずで、あとはゲームがちゃんと映るようにしないといけないのと、なんかマウスの感度がおかしいな。なんか急に下がっそんなことある？これは高すぎだな。まあ、いっか。これでキャプチャーしてくれるかな？ゲーム。音でか。あ、キャプチャーしてくれたね。よしよし。はい、ありがとうございます。ちょっと今、設定にもろもろ時間をかけすぎてしまってて、大変恐縮ですが、ちょっと待ってくださいね。ありがとうございます。応援していただきまして。今ね、キャンペーンやってるんでね、ぜひよろしければね。なんか、おかしいな。大丈夫ですか？ありがとうございます。よいしょ。はあ、よし。じゃあやっていこうかね。ありがとうございます。ちょっと一回エナジードリンク入れさせて。よし、じゃあやるぞ。エナジードリンク。エナジードリンクですよ。はい、前やったシャーロック・ホームズの、一個前の作品に当たるのかな、確か。実はね。一個前の作品に当たるので、若干、前回やったものよりかは、もしかしたら、なんか、古めかしい感じを感じてしまうかもしれないんだけど、やっていこうと思いますね。 難易度は、まあ、上級でしょ。標準はなくていいや。適用。はぁ再起動するわ、そしたら。前の方が新しい作品になりますね。うん。いや、これが一番最初じゃない。もっとね、最初の作品は存在するんだけど、まあ、これが、まあ、一個前かな、確かの作品に当たるはず。あ、でも、あんま関係ないっすよ。シリーズものとは言いつつも、各話独立してるゲームなので、まあ、とにかく言いつつやっていきましょうかね。また今日もですね、ポテトチップスとか買ってあるんでね、つまみながらやることになるかもしれませんが、よろしくお願いします。ブロッ。音でかいかな。屋根裏で部屋に来た少女。探検をしてる感じですね。帽子をかぶって遊んだり、何かないか探してみたりとか。痛い。わー。
What's
What's this? 何これ。
this?
にゃー。ホームズだね。ワトソンとホームズかもしかして。うわ。あー、落ちちゃった。なんか刺さってる。
Oh, look! It's a book!
刺さってるのは本。
Maybe it's a book about pirates with a treasure map. No, I don't think so.
シャーロック・ピカクロスの逆だな。ピカクロス・ホームズだな、それやる。
I wish that I had seen through all your lies. Oh, start from the beginning, not the middle.
最初から読んでよ、途中はやだ。
And so I decided to pick up my pen to relate the most disturbing episode of my life thus far.
It all began early one morning in 1898, when Sherlock Holmes invited me to accompany him on a visit to the Marquis of Conyngham.
ホームズですね。
Have you really solved the theft, Holmes? And so quickly?
I have indeed, Watson. And believe me, it was completely unnecessary to spread out all over London, as our friend Baines thought was best. He likes to boast that his methods are equal to mine, but once again the outcome has contradicted him.
After all these years of accompanying you upon your investigations, I thought that by now I should be reasonably capable of following your train of thought. But in this particular case, I must admit that I don't understand anything at all.
Ah, you see, but you do not observe, Watson. There lies the difference. It is a matter of course.
A matter of course? In the middle of the night, when everyone is fast asleep, the service bell within that room rings out and alerts the servants. They dress quickly and come running, but the door is locked and there is a strong smell of burning from within. A few seconds later, the master of the house himself, the robbed Marchioness's husband, the Marquis of Conyngham, arrives and unlocks the door using the sole key. A fire has started inside the room, but they have managed to arrive in time to put it out. It is at that moment that the Marquis realizes that the famous Samoan necklace, which had been safe within its glass cabinet only a few hours earlier, has now disappeared.
In order to explain, let us confirm my theory before the arrival of Inspector Baines.
シャーロック・ホームズを操作します。これで視点移動ができますよ、と。よいしょ。十字キーで方向したい方向に動かす。割れたガラスケースを見てクリックをします。
This window was cut with a diamond. A clean, discreet piece of work. This is where the necklace was.
See how tiny the hole is, and not one fingerprint upon the window.
This window was cut with a diamond. A clean, discreet piece of work. This is where the necklace was.
See how
変わります。シャーロック・ホームズの窓ガラスに移動させてください。同時に2つの手がかりを見つける。マルチゾーンで調査入るには下をクリック。なるほどね。はいはいはい。右上にホームズが現れる。
all the windows are locked. They've not been forced. A mark undoubtedly made by a diamond. Someone tried to cut the glass, but he was interrupted.
Therefore, the thief tried to escape through the window, but he was interrupted.
暖炉に向かいます。虫眼鏡が手のアイコンになってます。クリックして拾います。所持の一部を確認することができます。虫眼鏡。これでマウスのホイールでもそういうことができるよってことね。ピアノのそばに落ちている楽譜に対して虫眼鏡を使います。
Let us examine the crumpled scores that have fallen off the piano.
手がかりを見つけます。手がかり？手がかりを見つけます。ヘルプ。ヘルプってなんだろうな。操作がわかんねえな。きっといいのがあるんだろうな。手がかりを調べます。おい。もうちょっとヘルプらしいヘルプ出してくれよ。手がかりね。なんか手のマークは変わるのかな。適当に動かしてみてるけど、今。ウィー、ウィー、ウィー。ピアノの側にある楽譜に虫眼鏡を使う。こういうことか。こういうことか。こういうことか、こういうことか。なるほどね。わかったわ。こうやって虫眼鏡で見てると何かがわかるってことね。
These sooty prints were left by a tiny hand.
I don't understand why these music scores are covered with soot.
なるほどね。マウスの中央ボタンを押したりとか、R を押すことによって一人称視点に切り替えます。キャラクターを早く移動させた場合はシフトキーで走ることができる。ワトソンタークル。ワトソンタークル。シャーロック・ホームズの第6巻が働いて、他に調べてないやつを調べることができます。
Strange. There are some objects here that have been knocked over.
The fire started here, just beneath the bell pull.
Whoever pulled the cord would have had his feet in the fire, unless it was pulled before the fire started.
Footprints. You are not going to get on your knees to examine them.
There is no need. It is soot. The servants must have trodden in it while they were putting out the fire. Strange. Strange.
なんか色が変わってるけど何かあるのかな。
Strange.
うやって過去ログもあるのはありがたいね。で、これがわからん。これがメモ。このメニューは使用できません。バッジ勲章。
What do you think, Holmes?
Let us search the room before the police get here. We might throw some light onto all this.
あと調べられたこの水槽確認事項。
Not very well kept, this aquarium. I can see a dead fish floating on the surface.
あ、なるほどね。これで選べるってことか。虫眼鏡が複数あるときは。
Candle. It must have fallen from the chandelier. All the windows are locked. They've not been forced.
あと調べられそうなものはこれか。
These documents are not very interesting, even though they're addressed to the Minister of Maritime Affairs.
The Marquis himself.
お、あとあれか。
This draft screen makes an ideal hiding place.
As the theft was committed at night, I conclude that the thief hid himself behind the draft screen and waited until he was alone in the room.
なるほどね。
Strange. There aren't any prints. Yet I'm sure that the thief hid here.
お、これ便利だな。スペースキー。結構すぐ
Heading
新
towards
しい
his
のが見つか
chosen
る。
escape route, probably the window, the thief knocked over the stool, which then caught fire.
But why didn't he try to put the fire out at once?
ああ、なんだこのおっさん、ヒゲズラ野郎がよ。こっちのこと見やがって。
What do you think, Holmes?
Let us search.
いや、ワトソンを調べたかったわけ
When
じゃ
the
ない。
servants arrived at the door, having been alerted by the bell, they saw evidence of the theft and the fire, but they didn't see the thief.
This door is very hard to force. The Marquis is the only person to have the key. The thief could not get out through here until eventually, when the door was opened by the servants.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, you're already here.
Good morning, Inspector. You've arrived just in time.
Scotland Yard arrives like the cavalry, always in the nick of time. Ah, but I know that satisfied expression, Mr. Holmes. Have you already solved the case?
It's possible.
We have retraced the thief's rather unusual footsteps. He is a true acrobat. But what I cannot understand is that when the servants entered the room, there was no one to be seen. An acrobat, perhaps, but an invisible one? I do not think so. The only explanation is that the thief escaped before the servants arrived. I don't know how, but there is no other way.
Half a point for the doctor, nil for the inspector.
I'm pleased to see that you find the situation amusing, Mr. Holmes. Very well, then. Explain.
Dr. Watson was correct when he mentioned acrobatics. But he is mistaken about the net. As for you, Baines, you're quite incorrect, as the thief was in the room when the servants entered.
Explain, for heaven's sake, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, how
警
could
部
a
とワ
thief
トソ
be
ン、
missed
警部
in the
と
middle
ホ
of
ームズが
a
バチバ
glare?
チだ。
I don't know. Because he is very small? Stop teasing us, Holmes.
Exactly, because he is small, small and remarkably agile,
You're thinking of a monkey?
and a trained monkey at that, without a doubt, a Leontopithecus rosalia from Central America.
何を言って
The
るんだ
animal
と。
had been hidden inside the room for several hours, calmly awaiting the signal from his master. Once night had fallen and the room was empty, a high-frequency whistle alerted the monkey that it was time to begin the procedure for which he had been trained. The monkey emerged from his hiding place and used the point of a diamond to open the glass cabinet and steal the necklace. He headed across to the window by the chimney, but knocked over the stool, which in turn knocked aside the fire guard and started the fire. The frightened monkey jumped from the chimney by swinging from the bell pull, thus alerting the house servants. He then went to the window and began to use his diamond to cut a hole, but was interrupted by the staff trying to gain entry via the door, and he panicked again. He ran across the piano, scattering the music scores onto the floor, before hiding inside the chandelier, no candle. Finally, the servants and the Marquis entered the room, leaving the door open while they put out the fire. It was during the confusion that our agile little thief made his escape through the doorway. As simple as that.
A brilliant explanation. Bravo, Holmes.
And the necklace?
I can see it from here, my friends. It's right in front of us.
We have searched the room from top to bottom, Holmes. How were we unable to find it?
Because we paid insufficient attention to the only victim of this affair.
What victim? No one is dead?
Yes, Watson. A poor goldfish whose destiny was to die, crushed by one of the most precious necklaces in England.
The aquarium is just beneath the chandelier. I understand.
The little monkey had likely hung the necklace around its neck and lost it when he leapt from the chandelier. The jewels fell into the aquarium, where they remain now.
Oh. はい、いらっしゃい。
Marquis, here is your necklace, intact, just a little wet.
Mr. Holmes, this brilliant demonstration does credit to your reputation.
Thank you so much, Marquis. Do you wish to verify the authenticity of your jewel?
No, I recognize it. I have spent many hours admiring it, you know.
Good. I will return it to its box and...
Inspector, a bank has just been held up. You must follow me at once. Orders of Scotland Yard.
What times?
Sirs, duty calls. My regards, Marquis. And well done again, Mr. Holmes.
There, the necklace is in its box. We've lost enough time here. Let's go home, Watson.
Ah, very well, as you wish. A good day to you, Marquis.
With pleasure, gentlemen. And once again, thank you.
いやー、いい感じの古さを感じるゲームですね。古典ゲームっていう雰囲気をちょっと強く感じざるを得ない演出の数々です。金魚が被害者ね。金魚かわいそうね。
This morning's newspaper. Holmes, have you read this article about you?
No, Watson, not yet, and I won't have time to.
Read it before you leave. It's outrageous.
If you insist.
さあ。
Read the paper, Holmes.
さあ。ベーカー長、ネックレスは偽物。ホームズの検査机ですね。前作で、前のやつでもお世話になりました。ここがホームズの資料倉庫ですね。前の時にもお世話になりました。終わったゲームの書類、手紙はいつもここに刺さってると。なんか、今作はなんかあれですね。資料の数が少ないように感じますね。ここにね、書類が山積みになってると思ったの。あー、なるほどね。クリックで動かせるタイプもあるってことか。こっちの方がやりやすいかな。あら。なんで大失敗に終わるって言われてんだろう。 うーん。公爵が、祖父が持ち込んだんだね。で、それで宝石でやったと。やっぱり、いつの時代のメディアというものは、こうやって物事を面白おかしく書こうとするんですよね。どうしても。現在、レストレード警部は、要領中なんだ。ね、ワトソンにも飛びしてんの面白いね。知らねえからって好きなこと書きやがってよって感じ。なんか、王子の祖父が認識。王子の称号が承認されたんだ。あ、ゲームが固まった。そんなんあるか？部屋が暗いな。ちょっと明るくするね。続きから。再開。
Prince Woodville, French culinary expert and bagpipe player, might be our next king. That's not so shocking, my dear fellow.
You know exactly to which article I'm referring, Holmes. How can Farley dare to tarnish your reputation like that?
You know, Watson, that wherever glory walks, jealousy is bound to follow. As for the forgery of the necklace, I suspect that we shall soon be enlightened in this regard. Come in, Inspector Baines, the door's open.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. How did you know I was here?
You are one of our rare visitors who avoids the second-to-last step of the stairs, which creaks dreadfully. And if I add the clinking of the handcuffs at your belt, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, Inspector?
Have you read that, Rag?
Inspector, I assume that you have the fake necklace with you. It's why you're here. Your superiors would like me to examine it.
Indeed. They would like you to confirm or deny putting this fake in the box.
Can't that wait? I must go to the house of Lord Peregrine Maitland, the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
Inspector, can you explain this slander? Has the necklace of the Samoas really been replaced by a fake?
I don't know how the reporter got hold of the information, but it's true. About the necklace, of course. I wouldn't permit myself to question the integrity and honesty of Mr. Holmes.
The necklace is a forgery? Impossible! I saw the Marquis authenticated before my very eyes, before Holmes returned it to its place.
Mr. Holmes, the Marquis believes Osmond Farley's theory. I shouldn't be surprised if the reporter isn't behind all this slander about you. He's a freelancer, well known for his explosive and subjective articles. In any case, the Marquis assures us that you were the last person to have the necklace in your hands.
let's return to the Marquis's house, Holmes. I'm sure that we'll have no trouble in taking apart this theory.
It is unnecessary. Such allegations collapse on their own, like one of Mrs. Hudson's soufflés. Let us leave the police to solve this problem and turn our attention to the matters in hand.
Perhaps you are right, Holmes.
And the Marchioness?
She is beside herself. Without the necklace, her marriage is compromised. It is the principal item of the young woman's dowry.
What a lovely marriage. Holmes, forgive me for insisting, but don't you want to examine the fake jewelry?
Watson, I have an appointment, and it's out of the question that I arrive late.
It will only take you a couple of minutes. You really must quell the suspicions put forward in this appalling article. If you will allow me, Inspector.
Be my guest.
Very well.
What do you think, Holmes?
馬鹿げてると思うよ。
What do you think, Holmes?
ネックレスが本物であるかどうかを調べます。
These 3 pearls are of poor quality. This pearl is a different color.
これか。
This pearl is too small. It is not in its place here. Too many defects. This necklace is a fake. This is nothing but a vulgar copy, and at a glance it would appear that the forger has intended for it to be seen as such.
How could we have been fooled by such a blatant imitation? I don't understand.
Yes, how is it possible? Holmes, do you have a theory about this?
I have absolutely no idea. You insisted that I examine the necklace, and I have done so. Now it is important that I keep my appointment. I'm sure, Inspector, that you will throw some light on this affair.
Holmes.
You may accompany me, Watson, if you care to do so.
Goodbye, gentlemen. I'll keep you informed as to my inquiries.
Goodbye, Inspector. You mentioned a bishop, didn't you? Are we going to his home?
Yes, the Bishop of Knightsbridge. I put his address on our map of London on my desk. Would you get it for me, please?
All right, Holmes.
ワトソン博士を操作しま
Have you
す。
found my map of London?
ワトソンも第6巻が使える。すげえな。
Female anatomy. I should put this book somewhere else. Hospitals and dispensaries in London. General practitioner? That won't be of any use to me.
ちょっと今、いろいろと捜査官をチェックする
The
ためにやってるん
harpoon
で
that。was used to kill Black Peter. A horrible murder.
ブラックピーターって、あれだね。前作の事件ですね。だから時系列はぐちゃぐちゃです、やっぱり。ブラックピーター事件って前作でやった事件なんだけど、このゲームの方が確か制作は後のはずなんですけど、ブラックピーターの事件がもうすでに起きてるという状態になってるん
And
で、
this is how my dear friend and colleague treats his clients' letters.
.ホームズの部屋ですね。若干、前作と家具の配置とかが変わってますが。シャーロック・ホームズの小説とか読まれてるんですか？実はあんま読んだことないんですよね。
Here is where I write my stories about Holmes's cases. And I've got work to do.
ただ、シャーロック・ホームズを題材にした作品とか漫画とかは結構読んでたりとかするので、 そのあたりで若干知識があるかなぐらいです、私は。ダンシングマンの話は、漫画から仕入れたかな、私は。だから。じゃあ、地図を確認して、ナイトブリッジ橋のとこに行くんだけど、ね、ホームズ聞きたいんだけどさ、私さ、話したときさ、ここにいたよね。で、君机の上にあるって言ったよね。ねえ。君の後ろなんだよね。取ってくれっておかしくない？ねえ、ホームズ。ねえ、おかしくない？ホームズ。ねえ。渋い顔しやがってこの野郎。じゃあ行きましょうね。ナイトブリッジ主教区のところに行きましょう。
The police? Already? How did you know?
May we see the Bishop of Knightsbridge?
Yes. Yes, of course. But come in.
What has happened, Reverend?
What? I don't know. It was last night, I think. I only just arrived, and I have made this macabre discovery. My God. How horrible. I haven't called anyone. How did you know that?
Holmes!
Hello.
Look!
The Bishop, appallingly mutilated.
How dreadful.
Mutilated. And killed. He was such a good man. How could anyone be so brutal? Look at him. He is barely recognizable now. How could any of God's children be responsible for that?
They were evidently unworthy children, Reverend. Now do please try to calm yourself and focus, because we will need your assistance. Do you have any idea as to the motive behind this?
I haven't had time to do an inventory, but nothing appears to have been stolen. And anyway, His Excellency didn't own anything of great value. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Note this down, please, Doctor.
Doctor? But you aren't the police?
No, Reverend. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We are here at the request of the Bishop.
In that case, I must ask you to leave, and not to touch anything. I must get in touch with the authorities without further delay.
Reverend, when the inspectors of Scotland Yard find themselves at a dead end, which they quite often do, I assure you, then they turn to me for help. If you will allow us to continue our investigation, then you shall have the answers to all of your questions.
Out of the question! I don't even know you! I'm going to call the police, whether you like it or not.
It would be better for everyone, Reverend, if you kept your temper. Watson, are you taking notes? This affair promises to be a complex one. Therefore, we must not overlook the slightest detail.
Yes, Holmes. I am keeping a meticulous set of notes. I have created a very clever deduction board. One thing we can be sure of at the moment is that this crime was not for gain. The Reverend has informed us that nothing valuable was stolen, and indeed, it would seem that the Bishop had nothing of any worth to take.
Very good, Watson. Do continue.
整っている事実をもとに推理を組み合わせます。なかった。なるほどね。はいはいはい。ゲーム中に名前が出てきた事件を後にゲーム化したって感じか。というよりかは、シャーロック・ホームズっていうのはもともと原作の小説が存在、コナン・ドロイドって人が作った小説が大元の原作で、そのコナン・ドロイドさんが書いたシャーロック・ホームズの物語をいくつか抜粋してゲーム化してるって感じなんです。だからさっきのブラック・ピーターの事件ももともと原作に多分存在するんですよね。存在して、このゲームでは、ゲーム化しなかったけど、後のシリーズでゲーム化したって、そういう感じだと思いますね。
You have no right to search here.
Watch where you're putting your feet, Watson. Have you noticed these prints upon the ground?
Well, yes, those muddy marks.
See here, Watson. Footprints can often provide more vital information than the very best of informants.
Yes, if you know how to make them talk, that is.
It's child's play, Watson. We will begin by excluding the contaminating prints, which are yours and mine from where we came in, and those of our dear Reverend who was so impatient to call the police.
犯人は何人いたか。
Size 9.5.
また固まった。なんかよく落ちるゲームだな。多分落ちる一番の原因はあれだな。設定が高すぎるんだな、これ。ちょっと落とそうか。
Watch where you're putting your feet, Watson. Have you noticed these prints upon the ground?
Well, yes, those muddy marks.
See here, Watson. Footprints can often provide more vital information than the very best of informants.
Yes, if you know how to make them talk, that is.
It's child's play, Watson. We will begin by excluding the contaminating prints, which are yours and mine from where we came in, and those of our dear Reverend who was so impatient to call the police.
セリフの文字をこれ以上大きくする方法はなさそうだな。
Size 9. Size 9. Size 9. Size 9.5. Size 9.5. Size 9. A fragment of stone. Peculiar. Well-worn shoes with an odd pattern on the soles. Well-worn shoes with an odd pattern on the soles. Hobnail boots like those worn by labourers. 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 This print came from an expensive pair of shoes, and it seems recent. It is not a labourer's shoe. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Size 9. Size 9. Size 9.5.
これがサイズ9.5でしょ。
Size 9.5.
これがサイズ9.5でしょ。
Size
これが
9.
9でしょ。
Size
これも9
9.
でしょ。靴の数が1種類、2種類、3種類、4種類、5種類ってことか。5種類の靴が存在してい
Nothing of
て。
interest here.
なんか、一人の男は最初と異なる靴を履いて外に出た。
Strange but true. One of the crooks was wearing a different pair of shoes when he left here.
二人かな。
That's not right. Start again.
あ、違う。じゃあ一人。
That's not right. Start again.
あ、そう。じゃあ三人。
Perfect. We now know that there were 3 crooks. Therefore, we have 3 men who came in and left again. But one of them was wearing a different pair of shoes from the ones which he came in with.
So, all we have to do is look for a workman who likes Italian shoes.
なんか情報が加わってるな。石のかけら。
What should we do next, Holmes?
あ、何回も押したからってことね。
Closed. The veranda door hasn't been forced. Strange. Reverend, might I have the key?
No! You have no authority here. Let me call the police.
Perhaps we should listen to him, Holmes.
Perhaps you should let me get on with this, Watson.
A surgical scalpel covered in blood.
じゃあちょっとグロ注意ですかね。
A broken file and blood near the neck.
What a strange smell. Chemical components, I think. A broken bottle of whiskey. However, the Bishop of Knightsbridge was known for his sobriety.
This stove is filled to overflowing. The fingers have been crushed and violently struck. The fingers have been...
His stomach is covered in scratches. Quite evidently, they weren't made recently.
So, these wounds were not made by his murderers.
なるほどね。
A piece of rope that was used to tie up that poor man. His forearms have been ripped. Pieces of skin have been torn off. What do you think, Watson?
I'd say that he was eaten alive. Yet I've noticed a curious degeneration of the skin tissue around the wounds.
こういうのがね、ワトソンのね、素晴らしいとこだよね。
So, the thing...
You can see by his expression that he suffered terribly.
His mouth is covered in blood, and I can make out strips of skin between his teeth. My dear friend, everything points to this man having gnawed at his own forearms.
That's unbelievable, Holmes. His chest has been lacerated, I would say, with a very sharp and fine blade. There isn't any doubt the wounds on the bishop were administered with this scalpel.
これ以上調べられそうなところはないかな。ね、結構グロいっすね。あとこれか、足元。なんか焼けてる？
These burns are terrible.
そうだよね。
This poor man was tied just below the knees.
To stop him from walking, certainly, but mostly to free his feet.
His feet have been burned.
My first impression is that he wears a size 9 shoe.
You? But what does it matter, Holmes? My God, Holmes, this man was horribly tortured.
A finger. Apparently, it doesn't belong to the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
How dreadful.
ああ、どういうことだ？全然わからん、これは。
Something is missing here.
Oh, yes? And what might that be?
His shoes. Watson, his shoes are missing.
そうだね。いくつかないね。
A bottle of whiskey. I can make out fingerprints stained with blood and dirt.
It would seem that the brutes who tortured the bishop to death were intoxicated with alcohol.
There is blood on this paperweight. This
なるほど。
A whip?
No, it is a discipline for self-flagellation. This metal rod is for fastening the chilies. It's a cilice designed to bruise the person wearing it. The bishop wore it as repentance. This very pious man must have had the habit of mortifying his flesh as a means of repentance. The picture of Peregrine Maitland, commander of the infantry brigade of Her Majesty's Guards at Waterloo.
The Bishop of Knightsbridge has the same name as his ancestor, an illustrious family.
I need something. I am missing some information. Impossible to open it. Reverend, I'm missing something, an implement with which to open this chest. Could you tell me where to find it?
No, go to the devil!
What are you afraid of, Reverend? What is inside the chest?
I'm not afraid of anything. In fact, I do have the necessary implements, but if I have to give them to anyone, it will be to a representative of the law and no one else.
なるほどね。他に渡す気がないよってね。さて。
I cannot leave now.
はい、固まった。なんでだ。なんか処理落ちが激しいな。最初からマジで
There is a bottle of... a bottle. The thing...
He's
So... a piece of... a thing...
how... He's... You... He's... You...
These...
You can...
His mouth...
His...
His for... My dear...
That's...
指かけてないもんね。一応確認したけど。
This port to stop it. My...
Something is missing.
Oh, yes?
Hish.
こまめに保存していくことにします、このゲームは。ちょっと落ちるのが怖いんで。
A broken...
What is...
There is blood. This paperweight... This stone...
A It would seem... A whip?
No. This... It's a... This very...
はい、ここで保存。保存してゲーム落ちるとかあります？なんで？もう怒るよ。怒ってこれ全部私設定オフにすんぞ。全部いいよ、これで。はい。怒るぞ、マジで。 上級ってそういうこと？ゲーム操作難易度が上級ってか？舐めてるやろ、それは。
A bottle of this
何回見せるねん、このおっちゃんの死に様。このおっちゃんにかわいそうだと思わねえのか、このゲームは。
The thing is for my dear. That's the his stomach. So his you this poor to stop it. A thing. How these my a piece of something is.
Oh, yes?
Hish.
A broken, it would seem.
There is this paper. A
What a
連打して飛ばしますよ。
the picture of
the big. A whip?
no. This it's a this vet.
よし、ここで保存だ。ゲームの保存がダメなのね。ゲームの保存がダメなのね。はい、わかりました。ゲームの保存がダメなんですね。はいはいはいはい。本当か？保存できるなぁ。
This a bottle.
It would seem.
A broken.
What a straight.
There is
ここで一回保存してみようか。一回全部消して。OK。一歩前進。グロ注意。
You can.
his mouth. His for I my dear. That's the thing. The a piece of a thing.
How
These
this
to stop it.
his you my.
Something is missing.
Oh yes.
His shoes.
ここで保存。OK。あれ、まだ調べ足りない？てか、何調べてなかった？あ、これか。
So he stopped. So
ここは全部調べてあるね。OK、OK、OK、OK。
a whip.
No. This it's a this that
悪いがかっ飛ばしてます。
Reverend.
No,
What are you
I'm not.
the pic
The bishop.
This door has not been forced.
To His Excellency's room. There is just a mattress and a stool.
答えてくれるんだ、そういうのね、ちゃんと。保存しておこう。OK。
The bishop's bedroom. It is very austere. Nothing in particular here. The bishop's bedroom. Closed.
No.
There isn't. What should we?
You have no.
Watch where you're putting your feet, Watson. Have you noticed these prints upon the ground?
ここ飛ばせねえ
Well,
や。
yes, those muddy marks.
See here, Watson. Footprints can often provide more vital information than the very best of informants.
Yes, if you know how to make them talk, that is.
It's child's play, Watson. We will begin by excluding the contaminating prints, which are yours and mine from where we can, and those of our dear Reverend, who was so impatient to call the police. Hobnail boot. This hobnail boot.
こんなに落ちるゲームなんだ、これ。まあ、着実に進めてあったからいいけどさ。
The big.
まあ、連打しすぎたのがいけないとも言えるわな。
Watch where you're putting your feet, Watson. Have you noticed these prints upon the ground?
Well, yes, those muddy marks.
See here, Watson. Footprints can often provide more vital information than the very best of informants.
Yes, if you know how to make them talk, that is.
It's child's play, Watson. We will begin by...
まあ、こまめにセーブしていきましょ
This
うか。
print came from an expensive pair of shoes, and it seems recent. A fragment of stone. Peculiar. Hobnail boots like those worn by labor. Perfect. Strange but true. One of the crooks was wearing a different pair of shoes when he left here. Therefore, we have 3 men who came in and left again, but one of them was wearing a different pair of shoes from the ones which he came in with.
So, all we have to do is look for a workman who likes Italian shoes.
よし、ここまで来たから一回保存。OK。
Closed. The veranda...
No!
Perhaps. A search. There isn't.
さて、これで大体調
You have
べ
no
るも
right
の
to
は
search here.
調べたかな。一回セーブしようか。OK、できた。さて、もう一回ちょっと死体チェック、アイテムを使った上での死体チェックでいこうか。
His chest has been.
石、指。入れ替えができるマッチ、ポケットナイフ、金属棒。
Impossible. I need something.
さて。あ、こうやって進むのね。合ってたら緑色になってたんだ。
You have no right.
Let us look at our deduction board, Watson.
揃ってる事実をもとに合理的に推理をします。
Let us...
うん。で、靴を取りに戻った。誰かに雇われていた。貧乏である。こうだね。
It is evident that the Bishop of Knightsbridge's killers were after something specific, and that they did not find it. Reverend, I shall ask you one more time. Open the chest. The item they were seeking must still be inside. It is unlikely that they will let this matter rest.
うわー、ちょっと文字小さいですか？ちょっと待ってくださいね。見てみましょうか。
The chest is locked and shall remain so.
Very well. We have reached an impasse. You are a stubborn man, Reverend. Watson, accompany our friend to the police station and return with Inspector Baines. Baines and no one else. I shall wait for you here. Go. Alone at last. Now I can continue my investigation.
ようやく一人になったとか言って。文字の大きさとかあるかね？ないのよね。字幕オンオフしかないのよね。ボイスは日本語しか選べないのよね。ちょっと待ってね。そしたらじゃあ少し大きくするから。少し大きくするっつったって多分端っこが少し切れる感じにはなっちゃうんだけど。あんま変わらないかな。あんま変わらんかもしれへんけど。まあ古いゲームだから若干しょうがないところはあるんですけどね。もともと多分スマホ画面とかを見ることを想定して作られてるわけではないので。そう、字幕配慮ないんだよね、基本的に。これでこれであとはやるとしたら、こうかな。ちょっと画面の端っこ切れちゃいますけど。はい、これで少し大きくなったはずだよ。どうせ自由に調べたいんでしょ、ホームズ。いろいろと。
I need some.
何かが必要だ。さあ、一人で何を調べようとするのかな。
This stove. Alone at last. Alone. This lock should be easy to pick. Let's see.
どれどれ。
That's not right. There we are. It is simplicity itself. There isn't anything much in this room. It must be used as a reading or meditation room. An ink stain, quite fresh. This stain is just on the edge of the rug. Let's see. There is nothing on the floor, yet the ink must have soaked through the rug.
なるほど。
There is nothing. This inkwell was tipped over recently.
ここをめくってみると、
An ink stain. The ink stain on the floor comes from the ink on the rug, but they are not in the same place. Someone has moved the rug recently.
なるほど。で、この絨毯自体を取るってことかな。
That is curious. There is something strange on the floor. Certain stones have been marked out, just like a chessboard.
ほうほうほうほ
That is curious. I need something.
う。何かが必要だ。何が必要なんだろうな。
Apparently, someone wanted to hide this statue.
なるほど。
This horse resembles a large chess piece. There is a message underneath this statue. Let's see.
想像力のかけらもないのね。鉄に対する情熱を利用してナイトで全ての目を覆い、最後に残る目にナイト自身を置く。その場所があなたの目的とする位置は I love you.
This message was written by a woman, but for whom was it intended? Interesting, this chess game. That is curious. I need something.
まだ何かがいると。文字見やすくなった少し。
Alone at last. Now I can continue my investigation. I need something.
あ、違う、これ選択して使えってことか。ここで、はあ。ああ、本当気持ち見やすくなったならよかった。ふぅ、ふぅ、ふぅ、ふぅ。やっはー、イエーイ。あれこれ積んだ臭くね。大丈夫か。あ、積んだくせえな。
That's not right. Start again.
えーっと。間違えとっちゃった。 飛んで、飛んで、飛んで、黒の2に行かないから、コアラ、コアラ、あれなんで飛べない？あ、違う、俺、マスの範囲勘違いしてた。この緑の範囲か。こういうパズルゲームあんま得意じゃないんだけどな。あー、これ多分ダメだな。
That's not right.
あ
Start
ー、
again.
そうだよね。マジで上級ってそういうことか。きついぞ、この上級。いや、今のはいけないやつですね、流れとしては。
That's not
あー、
right.
ダメ
Start
か。
again.
あー、ちょっと待って、マス目が多すぎる。マス目が多いんじゃ、ちょっと。あー。こういう系のパズルはそんな得意じゃないんだよな。黒、白、黒、白、黒、白、黒、白、黒、あー、これダメだな。白、黒、あー、渡れなくなってんだよな、これ向こう側に。白。
That's not
そうだ
right.
よな。黒、白、黒、白、黒、白、次が黒、白、黒、次が白、黒、白、次が黒、あー、ここ積んだな。多分ダメな気がする。白で、次が白、次が、黒、
That's not
そう
right.
だよ
Start
ね。
again.
シャーロック・ホームズ気にしました。ありがとうございます。飛ばす白、黒、白、黒、白、黒、白。白。ダメだな。黒、白、黒にしかいかないな。そしたら、黒、黒置いたら白が埋まってっから無理か。じゃあ積んでんな。基本的に端になると、この2箇所、この4箇所に飛ばないといけなくなるから、どちらにせよ、この4箇所は、端に当てないといけないんだな、多分。2回やって飛ばした？だから、多分最初はどう転んでも、こういう動きにならざるを得なくて、こっからなんだよな、多分。 で、今踏んだのが白だから次止めるのが黒で、こことかになるんだけど、ここの黒の場合は飛べる位置はこことこことここ。ここの場合はここと、ここの場合はこことここと、ここか。ここの場合はそうか。ここの場合がもう端っこしか飛べなくなるのか。なるほどね。今白だから次黒でしょ？黒で飛べる位置がここだから、ここ飛んで、こう行って、こう行って、こう行って、こう行って、こう行って、でも一回行ったらダメなんだよな。そうだよな。真ん中はもう一回行ったらおしまいだから、まあみんなもちょっと考えてみてくださいね。こう行って、こう行って、で、こう行って、こう行って、こう行って、回してみるか、ひとまず。こう行って、で、こう行って、こう行って、こう行って、こう行って、こうだ。オッケーオッケー、いけた、いけた、いけた、いけた。はい、オッケー。マジで全部いけるってことが言いたいの？なんだ、一個開けりゃいいわけじゃねえのか。なんだよ。いい線いったのにな。ただ、ちょっとごめんなさい。なんかいい線いったからやりたくなってきたわ。多分ね、最初は合ってるんだよ。最初はね、こうやらざるを得ないの、どう考えても。端っこを埋めるってことを考えると。で、こっからが大事で、大事なのは、この真ん中の使い方で、多分ね、これ右左ね、どっちスタートでも変わらないはずなんですよね。奇数のマスだから、途中まで合ってたのに途中まで合ってたのにって言われてる。答え分かってる人はおるやんけ。回していくのが合ってるとは思ってるのよね。1、2、3、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。ちょっと待ってもらっていい？メモるわ。メモリアルメモるわ。これね、メモんなきゃね、どこに飛んだか忘れちゃうからメモらして。5×5 だよね。1、2、3、4、5、6本の線で、縦マスが、1、2、3、4の5と。で、今濡れてんのが、ここと、ちょっと色変えよう。ここと、ここと、ここと、ここと、ここと、ここと、ここと、ここ。ちょっとね、表示してるんで皆さんもちょっと一緒になってね、考えてもらえればね、嬉しいなって感じです。私がメモるとはというよりか、こういうパズルはそんなに得意じゃない。で、スタートがここ。いや、これ絶対ね、どこからスタートしてもね、回していけば絶対当たるパズルのはずなんですよ。基本的に。飛べる位置が、ここか。こう行って、 こう行って、こう行って、こう行って、飛べる箇所が1箇所だから、こう行って、で、飛べる箇所2箇所になる。こう行って、飛べる箇所が、ここ、ここ、ここ、ここ、ここ、ここ、ここ、ここ、ここ、ここ、ここ、あ、できた。最後か。最後に、真ん中最後に持ってければいいのか。オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。やっぱ回すで合ってたな。回して、回して、回して、回して、回して、回して、やっぱ合ってた。そうだ。回していけばいいんだ。いや、結構早いんとちゃいます？なんか、想定以上に早くできた感覚あるよ。で、これとこれが関係してんのかなと思ったけど、あんま関係なさそうだな。多分、普通にもう一回ここ調べろってことだろうな、多分。なんか俺、飛ばしすぎて、見落としてる？解くの嬉しすぎて。
There is blood on this paperweight. This paperweight was a bottle of whiskey. This stove.
どう進めればいいか分かんなくなったぞ。早い？やったぜ。まあでもなんか回していけばいいパズルだなっていうのは見てて分かったんで、そんなにね、苦労せずに。ただここは分からん。ああ、済んだ。なんだよ。何かが必要だじゃねえじゃねえかよ。ああ。いらっしゃいませ。ミックスチャンネルの方では続々と人が来てくださって、のんびりしていただければなーっていう。最初の形に気づけるのがさすがです。ありがとうございます。いや、というか、端っこにいて、テストの、移動できるマスが2マスってことは、回さないといけないなってことなんですよね。ああ、なるほどね。僕
addressed to the Reverend. They were written by a woman who mentions his illegitimate children. Their affair isn't official. Perfect. I have you now, my wayward Reverend.
なるほど。牧師宛てに当てられた手紙ってことか。
Ah, Watson. You were gone a terribly long time, and Inspector Baines isn't with you.
I'm afraid not, Holmes. We were unable to find him.
Dr. Watson would not allow me to contact any inspector other than this Baines. What manners! I am a man of the church.
My dear Reverend, I notice that you are a chess lover. I trust you will excuse me, but I am never able to resist the appeal of a half-finished game.
You are an expert at chess. Very well, then. What do you want now?
As you might have guessed, resolving your small chess problem has allowed me to discover some very interesting letters.
Letters? What do they say?
Reverend, why hide these letters here and run the risk of the bishop finding them?
Holmes, what's in the letters?
Not now, Watson.
Where else could I have hidden them? My own chambers are too austere. They could offer no cover. I knew, however, that His Excellency, may he rest in peace, would not notice my game.
The contents of the Bishop of Knightsbridge's chest interest me greatly. Give me the elements you hold, Reverend.
Out of the question.
With the bishop no more, you are therefore the apostolic director of the diocese, are you not?
Well, yes, but only until someone else is appointed.
I am certain that the Honourable Bishop of York, whom I have the privilege of knowing well enough for him to listen to what I have to say, would recognise your qualities for the post.
If I receive new responsibilities, it will be through my faith and devotion, nothing else.
Do you understand that you are the prime suspect in this terrible murder?
What? But that's ridiculous.
Think for one moment, who profits from this crime?
Not me.
I think so, yes. With the Bishop of Knightsbridge no longer here, you are now the apostolic director of the diocese, are you not?
Yes, until another incumbent is appointed, but...
A position which should logically come to you. The police will not overlook that.
They will never believe you.
But of course they will. Do not forget who I am, Reverend.
You are odious. Here are the stems that you were looking for. You have one.
Evidently, as I always do. What are you able to tell us about the Bishop of Knightsbridge's last days? Did anyone come to visit him? Did he seem worried, anxious? Do not omit the smallest detail.
His nephew came to see him yesterday at His Excellency's request. I found this visit a little peculiar because the young man rarely visits his uncle.
Do you know why that might be? Were they on bad terms?
I don't think so. It's rather a consequence of his work. The young man is employed within the archive section of the Royal Library, which doesn't leave him with a lot of free time.
Do you know the reason for his summons?
No, but the conversation was very heated. It only lasted for a few minutes and ended with the nephew in a terrible rage.
Interesting.
I've answered your questions. Will you now let me contact the authorities?
I'm afraid not, Reverend. Not just yet. All right, now we can open the safe.
そうだ、保存してなかった。頼む、保存できてくれ。なんでこんなところでドキドキしないといけないんだ。頼む。ダメだったみたいですね。はぁ。シカさんってせっかちだったりする？時と場合によりますかね。はい。こっからか。
I need some.
こっからか。テンポ悪すぎへん？まあいいけどさ。
There we are. It is simplicity itself. There isn't anything much in this room. It must be used as a...
でもセーブしないと危険だしな。
An ink stain, quite fresh. This stain is just on the edge of the rug. Let's see. There is nothing... This ink... An ink... The ink... Apparently... This... There is a message. This message.
多分せっかちというよりかはこのゲームのこの繰り返し作業がイラついてしまってるところが若干あると思いますね。
This last piece should be the good one. It will have to be pulled free. I need...
これで一回、そうか、ナイフを取り出して、
The ink stain.
それで選択をして、掘り起こして手紙を見るってことね。はい、OK。
Ah, Watson, you were gone a terribly long time, and Inspector Baines isn't with you.
I'm afraid not, Holmes. We were unable to find him.
Dr. Watson would not allow me to contact any inspector other than this Baines. What manners! I am a man of the church.
My dear Reverend, I notice that you are a chess lover. I trust you will excuse me, but I am never able to resist the appeal of a half-finished game.
You are an expert at chess. Very well, then. What do you want now?
As you might have guessed, resolving your small chess problem has allowed me to discover some very interesting letters.
Letters? What do they say?
Reverend, why hide these letters here and run the risk of the bishop finding them?
Holmes, what's in the letters?
Not now, Watson.
Where else could I have hidden them? My own chambers are too austere. They could offer no cover. I knew, however, that His Excellency, may he rest in peace, would not notice my game.
The contents of the Bishop of Knightsbridge's chest interest me greatly. Give me the elements you hold, Reverend.
Out of the question.
Do you understand that you are the prime suspect in this terrible murder?
What? But that's ridiculous.
Think for one moment, who profits from this crime?
Not me.
I think so, yes. With the Bishop of Knightsbridge no longer here, you are now the apostolic director of the diocese, are you not?
Yes, until another incumbent is appointed, but...
A position which should logically come to you. The police will not overlook that.
They will never believe you.
But of course they will. Do not forget who I am, Reverend.
You are odious. Here are the stems that you are looking for. You have one.
Evidently, as I always do. What are you able to tell us about the Bishop of Knightsbridge's last days? Did anyone come to visit him? Did he seem worried, anxious? Do not omit the smallest detail.
His nephew came to see him yesterday at His Excellency's request. I found this visit a little peculiar because the young man rarely visits his uncle.
Do you know why that might be? Were they on bad terms?
I don't think so. It's rather a consequence of his work. The young man is employed within the archive section of the Royal Library, which doesn't leave him with a lot of free time.
Do you know the reason for his summons?
No, but the conversation was very heated. It only lasted for a few minutes and ended with the nephew in a terrible rage.
Interesting.
I've answered your questions. Will you now let me contact the authorities?
I'm afraid not, Reverend. Not just yet. All right, now we can open the safe.
怖いな、ここでセーブしてみるか、一回。ここでセーブしてみるか、どうする？でもセーブしときたいな。来い！よし、いった。よしよしよしよし、勝った勝った勝った勝った。乗り越えた乗り越えた。乗り越えたぞ、俺は。
You have no right to search here.
All right, now we...
金庫を開けられるのはいいけど、ヒントがノーヒントなんだよな。
The bishop's bed... The bishop...
なんかないかな、ヒントらしきもの。ないか、適当にやってみるか。ん じゃあここか。あ、違うんだったらここ。あ、違う。あれ、ここが違うのか、そしたら。あら。ああ、そういうことか、そういうことか、そういうパズルか。はいはいはいはい。斜めも当たっちゃいけないのね。なるほどね。斜めも当たっちゃいけなくて、全部が触れ合わないように、これを配置しないといけないってことね。むず。むずいことを言うな。あと使えるエリアがここだけか。あとこの2マス。使えない、使えない、使えない。ここしか置けないから、ここも置けないから、結構むずいぞ、このパズル。ナイトのやつって漢字でもない。今のは斜めだったからダメでしょ？うん。まあ、どちらかというとこの3列はもう置けないし、あと置けんのこの1列で、ここだ。
Now I can open the chest.
よっしゃ、いた。
Here we are. I am eager to discover what remarkable treasure could justify such an act of barbarity.
Extraordinary.
This chest is impenetrable. How is it possible? No one other than the bishop should be able to open it.
You open the chest with disconcerting ease, Holmes.
I've seen and heard quite enough. This time you won't stop me.
Catch him, Watson.
What the? But why?
Run, Watson. Hurry.
He's escaped. I hope that your motivations are founded, Holmes. I don't much like skirting around the edges of the law like this.
It is annoying. Let's leave without delay.
What have you found in the chest, Holmes? What in there is so precious for these men to commit such terrible acts?
The Reverend was telling the truth. Nothing important was locked inside the chest, apart from a few religious items which are hardly worth stealing.
So, we haven't made any headway. Perhaps the police will.
By the time the police arrive, we shall be a long way from here, Watson. We are leaving.
逃げるんかい。
What should we do next, Holmes?
Let us return to Baker Street as quickly as possible.
What should we do?
Let us
じゃあお家帰りましょうか。
We have crossed London at a breakneck speed. We could have knocked someone over. And naturally, I had to pay the cabbie out of my own pocket.
Watson, stop complaining. We have to analyze the clues found at the bishop's house.
自動セーブ入りま
I
し
need
た。
something. I can analyze the chemical composition of a substance here.
手
I
がか
must
りを。
analyze.
まあいいでしょう。セーブしてあるからね。うん。
I must analyze the clues. I must analyze.
あ、違う。これで、こういうこ
This
とか。
fragment of stone is very smooth, and it seems to be of a peculiar quality. I shall have to strip it with one of my products. I can't do that. This stone is granite, covered in black paint.
うーん。
There is something written on this scalpel. I should clean it. I can't do that. I can make out WCCH. What do the initials stand for? How many hospitals are there in the Whitechapel area, Watson?
If we count public dispensaries, enough to keep us busy for an entire month. Did this scalpel come from a hospital?
Yes, as the initials WCCH engraved upon it show us. We must think on how best to deal with this. We do not have the time to investigate every hospital in Whitechapel. I have cut a small piece off the rope. That should be enough. This rope is only worn on one side. A lot of fragments of black stone are wedged into this rope. Their color seems unnatural, but they are too small for me to examine them. These small stones resemble the pieces found in the footprints at the bishop's house. Granite painted black. Black and damp earth. This rope is only worn on one side. This rope... I can't do that. I can't do... I can see something.
何か見える。
I can't do...
何を使えばいいんだろう。
This rope... This... I can't... I need something. I haven't finished my analysis.
あと何が分析で使えるんだ？
I can't... This... I can't... I need something. I can't do...
水でもないんでしょ？
I can't...
アジットでもないんでしょ？あと何？これ自体を動かすとか？他なんか持てそうなものってないよな。
I haven't finished my analysis. I haven't... I need... I can see something. I can't...
ない。
This...
お！
I must analyze the... I must... I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do...
指。
I can see something. Tooth marks, rather deep ones. I'd say of incisors and a canine. Tooth marks. Fragments of skin. A phalanx. This finger wasn't cut off. It was ripped off. I can see some. Tooth mark. Fragment.
指って引きちぎれるんだね。
Fragments of black and damp earth under the nail. Interesting. I can't do...
Bite marks on this severed finger. I am afraid of the significance.
The thieves didn't get what they wanted. When they were faced with the bishop's refusal to cooperate, one of the gang shook his finger at him to indicate that he was responsible for his unfortunate state.
And the poor man, whose head was the only part of him not bound by ropes, bit the finger violently enough to sever it. An uncommonly savage act.
Watson, I am certain that when we have explained the reasons behind this sudden bestiality, we will have revealed a larger part of the mystery. I must compare the samples of earth and if I mix this earth with another substance, I can't. Now it must all be stirred.
どれで
I can't do. The samples of earth taken from beneath the fingernail and from the ropes originate from the same place.
How do you know?
It took just a little water to analyze the consistency. The soil has retained its moisture, even though there hasn't been rain in London for over a week.
This soil could come from the bank of a river, or somewhere where the evaporation is slower. A mine, perhaps, or a trench.
The banks of the Thames are clay soil, unlike our samples, so we can rule that out. The nearest mines are 12 miles away, so I would rule that out also. I would therefore conclude your last theory to be nearer the mark.
A trench?
A pit. Watson, bring me your register of the London hospitals.
Studying the scalpel has given you an idea, then?
Indeed.
I'll get it. Read the paper, Holmes. This bust was used to fool Colonel Moran during the case of the empty house.
原作を知ってる人だったらにやりとくるような情報でしょうね、これね。
Hospitals and dispensaries in London. I have found my book, Holmes.
Good. Put it on the work table, will you?
Holmes's homemade analyzer. I have found my book, Holmes.
Good. Put it on the work table, will you?
作業用テーブルに置いてくれってどこに置けばいいんだ？ああ、こういうことか。
I have found.
Good.
違うな。
I have.
Good.
あれ？作業用テーブル。こっちか。お亡くなりになってから千切れたのだろうか。いや、多分、生きてる人間じゃないかな。おそらくは。こっちか？アイコン出ないですね。あ、違う。選択しろってことか。失礼。
Here is the section showing Whitechapel. I made several notations on these pages during our investigation into the Ripper, which might prove useful. All we need to do is to find a hospital or a public dispensary near a location where pits have been dug and black granite has been used.
It's simplicity itself. I haven't finished my analysis. Now I can make the right decision.
本当に合ってんのか、これで。
I haven't finished my analysis.
The public dispensary number 4661. It's just opposite the Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
Yes, Watson. The murderer with the missing finger must work in the cemetery, or at least visit it. He could have taken a rope, one of the type they use to lower the coffins into the graves. The granite is minute particles of tombstone.
And he only had to cross the road to steal a scalpel from the dispensary opposite.
本当に合ってんのかで適当に組み合わせた感じだったんだけどな、今。
We must analyze all our clues, Watson. We must analyze. I can analyze.
やべ、どうすればいいのかわからんな。ちょっと待ってね。関係ないだろうがワトソンの部屋に入る。関係ないみたいだ。
We must analyze.
はい、落ちた。もう、処理落ち、処理落ち。分析からやり直しかな、もしかして。ぽいな。まあ、いっか。
There's something. Ah, how many? If we, I have cut a lot of black. I haven't finished this rope. This fragment of stone is very. I can see this stone. This stone, the fragments found in the rope. Black and I must compare the sample. I can't do. I haven't. I can't. Frag tooth. The thieves and the Watson.
連打しすぎて落ちた。わかった。もう俺はわかったぞ。画質を全部最初にしよう。もうダメだ。
There is something written.
なんでやねん。ひどい人ばっかやろうが。まあ、親の顔ほど見てないけど、めっちゃ見たよ、指。
Frag tooth. And the poor man. Watson, I am certain. There is something written. I can make out. How many hospitals are there in the Whitechapel area?
If we count public dispensaries, enough to...
Yes, as the initials WCCH, we must think on how best to deal with this. I have cut a small a lot of black and I must compare. This rope is only this fragment of stone. This stone, the fragments I must, and if I mix now it must all the samples of earth.
How do you know?
It took just a little water.
This soil could come from the bank of a...
The banks of the Thames are clay.
A trench?
A pit. Watson, bring me your register.
Study?
Indeed.
I'll get it.
いらっしゃいませ。
I have found... Good.
アドベンチャーゲームが推理アドベンチャーゲームがやりたいのに処理落ちとの戦いのゲームをやっております。何度か処理落ちのせいでゲームが落ちるので繰り返しになるかもしれませんが、よろしければ見ていってください。推理をするよ。
Now I can make the right decision. I haven't finished my analysis.
The public dispensary number 4661. It's just opposite the Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
Yes, Watson. The murderer with the missing finger must work in the cemetery, or at least visit it. He could have taken a rope, one of the type they use to lower the coffins into the graves. The granite is minute particles of tombstone.
And he only had to cross the road to steal a scalpel from the dispensary opposite.
I cannot leave now.
はい、出ていかないんだ。さあ、何が足りない？
Nothing interesting. We must analyze.
すべての手がかりを分析するべきだよ。この次がいかないな。なんでだ？これちなみに前にあるのがあれですね。ダンシングマンっていう暗号ですね、これが。こういうことか。よし、よかったー。あってたー。済んだー。よし、やるぞ。試験管の液体を加えて証拠品を分析します。すべての活性剤を使い、その物質が持つ特徴を解析しますと。ほう。落ちたー。悲しい。頑張って続きやろう。なんで落ちるかなもう。よいしょ。今度から細かくセーブしてやる。先にこれやろうぜ。
I must analyze the clues.
特徴を解析しろと。ああ、こう書けってことね。はいはい
I
はい。
haven't finished my analysis.
はいはい、わかりました。何をどうしないといけないのかはわかりました。緑が2の茶色が1の青が 1？ 合ってたみたいだな。白が2の茶色が3。白が3の茶色が1、2。緑が2の青が1。 緑さん、茶色さん。攻撃性。
Poison, and apparently very virulent. Poison. Discreet, efficient, and only detectable via a thorough post-mortem.
Have you been able to isolate the active components?
Not with any certainty. This toxic substance surpasses my own knowledge in the field. It is without doubt the work of an expert chemist.
A chemist and a criminal.
As you say, please find my monograph on poisoners of the last 30 years.
Female anatomy. General practice. And this is hospitals and
どこだろう。これか？おい。じれったさマックスだな、おい。もうわかった。メモるぞ、俺は。メモってやるもん。
Poison.
あ、落ちた。ガチでゲームにならんな。何をどうすればいいんだ？フルスクリーンオフにしてみるか。
I need some.
もうメモってあるから早いよ。調べなくてももうわかるんだよ。シャーロック・ホームズは自分が検査する薬はもう調べなくてもわかるの。こうやって。
Poison, and apparently very virulent. Poison. Discreet, efficient.
Have you been...
Not with any... As you said... According to these documents, Hans Schielmann, known as the Rat Killer, was considered the greatest specialist in chemical poison in the world.
Is he at liberty?
Happily, no. He has been held in the high-security wing of London's Westgate prison for many years now.
Then he cannot be the one who concocted the poison.
Don't dismiss him too quickly, Watson. According to Scotland Yard, the man is exceptionally intelligent. For the greatest criminals, prison is but a mere obstacle. Let's plan a little visit to see Mr. Schielmann tomorrow.
先にセーブ。OK。セーブしといてよかった。
I have cut a lot of black. This rope. There is something. No, I can't. Ah, how many
If we...
Yeah, we must. Fragments of black. I must. The thieves
And the...
What's... This fragment of... This... This... The fragment... I must... And if I'm... Now it must... The sum?
How do you know this?
The bank? Up here. Watson, bring me your...
Stud...
Indeed.
I'll get it.
もう RTA だよ、RTA。
Hospitals and... I have... Good.
私が今やってるのは RTA だ。
Here is the section. All we need to...
It's simplest. I haven't finished my...
Now 建物になってる。
Now I can make the right...
The public dis...
Yes.
And he only had...
セーブだ、セーブ。保存、保存。OK。
Perfect. Well done, Watson. Our board is finished. It confirms that the Bishop's murderers work for one person, who, amongst other things, possesses a very sophisticated poison. They therefore act for someone more educated than themselves.
お、ありがとうございます。メモリを
You
4ギガ
remember
ギガを
Wiggins
使え
and
る
his
パッ
gang,
チがあるん
the
だ。
Baker Street irregulars?
Yes, the street urchins, whom you employ upon occasion, and Wiggins is their leader.
Yes. Well, I have hired their services again. I have instructed them to find out the address of the bishop's nephew.
I think he's here.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, my young friend, have you found the information for which the good Dr. Watson is going to pay you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, it was easy.
Very well, I understand. Here are a few pennies.
Thanks, Dr. Watson. The man you're looking for lives near Kensington.
Does he live alone?
Yes, but he rents a room for an old lady.
Did she see you?
No, Mr. Holmes, no one saw me.
Perfect. Watson, give our young friend another shilling as a reward for his discretion.
Here we go again. But of course. I'm falling asleep, Holmes. Aren't you tired?
No, I have an exceptional constitution. I can't remember ever having been fatigued by work. Idleness, on the other hand, exhausts me completely. Go to bed, Watson. The night will be short. We leave at dawn.
Wow, this is a real adventure. It's exciting. I like it better than made-up stories. I want to know what happens next. Keep reading. I'm going to. Ah, I want to listen to. My readers must excuse me if I do not describe in full detail here the terrible images which haunted me that night.
I had a sense that something extraordinary would take place, but I was scarcely prepared for the reality of it. Good morning, Holmes. Did you get any rest?
I did not attempt to sleep.
Have you managed to come to any conclusions?
I think that we might follow 3 trails. We can visit Whitechapel to try to discover the identity of the murderers by making inquiries at Dispensary 4661 and at the Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
The poison trail seems more important to me. We should perhaps go to Westgate Prison first to see Hans Schielman.
Yes, and let us not forget the bishop's irascible nephew, whose address we now have, thanks to my Baker Street irregulars. I have located each place on our map of London.
Holmes, let me remind you that we still have not been officially instructed to investigate this affair.
Ah, well, we will just have to hide that small detail.
なるほどね。4ギガ以上使えるパッチ。どうやって入れるんだ？ちょっと一回調べてみましょうか。少々お待ちを。ああ、なるほどね。それが原因で落ちるのか。ありがとうございます。今、ちょっと同じようなサイトを今見てますんで。ちょっとこのパッチ今当てますね。一回ゲーム閉じます。 いやー、これで落ちなくなるんだったらもう本当にありがたい限りですよ。今当てられたんかなパッチ。流し見しちゃった。大丈夫だね。よし、これでゲームが落ちなくなるぞ。私の辛い戦いは、もうこれで起きない。ゲームを再開します。ゲーム再開しますって言いながら私別のゲーム今開きました。もう落ちないからもう全部ね、最高にした問題ないよね。ね。全部最高にして問題ないよね。落ちなくなったんだから、これで。はい。ちょっと調子乗っちゃいますよ、本当に。ね。まあ、グラフィックはよくね、遊びたいからね。もうフルスクリーンになっちゃう。こうやって適用して。これで、ここは調子に乗るタイミングだと思うんでね。調子に乗っていきましょうね。ちょっと待って、2個別のゲーム開いてるわ。閉じる。オッケーオッケーオッケー。よし、やっていくぞ。
Let us look at our deduction.
こっからか。
Perfect. Well done, Watson. Our board is finished. It confirms that the bishops may therefore... You remember Wiggins and... Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. Thanks. Yeah, no.
No.
Wow, this is a real adventure. It's exciting. I like it better than made-up stories. I want to know what happens next. Keep reading.
フラグ立てた。めっちゃフラグ立てた。
I wanna listen to. My readers must excuse me if I do not describe
ポテチ食べてやる。
the terrible images which haunted me that night.
I had a sense that something extraordinary would take place, but I was scarcely prepared for the reality of it. Good morning, Holmes. Did you get any rest?
I did not attempt to sleep.
Have you managed to come to any conclusions?
I think that we might follow 3 trails. We can visit Whitechapel to try to discover the identity of the murderers by making inquiries at Dispensary 4661 and at the Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
The poison trail seems more important to me. We should perhaps go to Westgate Prison first to see Hans Shield.
Yes, and let us not forget the bishop's irascible nephew, whose address we now have, thanks to my Baker Street irregulars. I have located each place on our map of London.
Holmes, let me remind you that we still have not been officially instructed to investigate this affair.
Ah, well, we will just have to hide that small detail.
ちょっと待ってね。じゃあ行こうか。これでまともにゲームができるよ。さあ、どっから行こうかね。
Westgate Prison.
ウエストゲートプリズン。レイズってポテチ知ってます？知らない。お安いの？
Here we are at the famous Westgate Prison, one of the oldest and shortest in the kingdom.
I've heard that it is soon going to be demolished. Don't you find it strange that it still houses criminals as dangerous as Hans Schielmann?
There's nothing strange about it, Watson. The name of this prison is linked with numerous failed escape attempts. As long as it stands, the criminals will fear it.
Good morning, gentlemen. Are you expected?
No, but we wish to meet with one of your prisoners, Hans Schielmann.
I'm afraid that at the moment that is impossible. Access to the cells is controlled strictly. You can't go there without permission from the director.
Then would you be so good as to announce us? I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson.
The famous Holmes and Watson. What an honour. My name is Brighton. Frank Brighton. I'm afraid I can't announce you. I'm not allowed to leave my post, under any circumstances.
覚えときます。
But I'm sure that the director won't refuse to see you, even without an appointment. Do you see the corridor behind the reception? Follow it to the secretary's office. You'll find him there.
Thank you, Warden Brighton. One last thing. Hans Schielmann received any visits lately?
None. And I'm sure because I've dealt with receiving visitors for several weeks now. I volunteered because it's a calm post to be in. We don't get many visitors and it gives me time to write. Just like you, Dr. Watson. I enjoy literature and the...
Very good. Thank you.
That was very impolite, Holmes. That man admires our work. You could have given him...
Another time. Let's go and meet the director of the prison.
途中で切り上げたの怒ってるね。
We must see the...
Sorry, sirs.
Closed.
違うのか。こっちか。
Sorry, but this area is prohibited without a pass. Please leave.
We must see the prison director quickly.
どこだ？こっちか。
This is the entrance to the ordinary prisoner's cell.
違う。
We...
あ、ここか。
Cleaning materials. Other...
ここじゃないのか。こっちか。
Closed.
もうちょっと奥かな。
Closed. Staff cloakroom.
The locker room.
Let us go to the secretary's office. Good morning, miss.
Oh, excuse me, I dropped off. Good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We would like to talk to the director.
I'll just go and see if he can receive you.
Tiredness, pale face, stiffness. I believe that the young lady is expecting a happy event.
It would seem so.
ワトソン1の優秀なところが見れましたね、今。
This charming secretary is Miss Jenny Patterson.
パターソンって聞いたことあるな。
This small rack is for urgent letters to be given immediately to the director.
What should we do next?
The director's office, Mr. P. Patterson. No need to go in there. Strange. The director and the secretary have the same name.
ね、同じだね。
I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I am Paul Patterson, director of this establishment. You wish to talk to me? I hope this unexpected visit isn't to announce bad news.
No, do not worry. We are investigating an affair of the highest importance, one which could potentially affect the security of the kingdom. Therefore, it is imperative that we interview one of your prisoners, Hans Schielmann.
Hans, the rat killer. He's been in here for a long while now, and he's had no contact with the outside. How could he be involved in such an affair?
That is what we would like to find out.
And you have been commissioned by Scotland Yard?
Evidently.
Very well. I have complete confidence in you, Mr. Holmes. I will draw up a pass that you should give to Warden James in the guardroom. He will show you to the cells.
めっちゃ嘘ついてる。
Thank you, Director.
Keep me informed of your progress. And if there is anything else, don't hesitate to let me know.
We shall certainly do so.
Miss Patterson, you have the same name as the director. Are you related?
Come, Watson. Anyone who might have made the slightest study of anthropology would have noted the similarities between the young lady and her father.
Mr. Holmes is right. I am his daughter, but he doesn't like to talk about it. I think he's afraid of being accused of favoritism.
I'm sure it was your qualities alone which secured you this position, miss.
If you must try out your powers of seduction, then what do you say about using them on the rat killer? Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Hot tea.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Goodbye, ladies.
Sorry, but this area is Ah, you've got a pass for the high security area. It's the door at the end. Go ahead.
なんかさ、昔のゲームだから若干操作性が悪いんだよね。
It is about the signing in book. It is potassium nitrate, isn't it?
Yes. Saltpeter or whatever.
This information board is almost empty. Strange, in view of the activity in the prison.
My name is Peter James, Chief Warden, and this is Deputy Warden O'Sullivan.
I imagine I will find Hans Schielmann behind these bars in the basement.
Yes, the high security cells are down there.
Is this the only access?
Yes, there was a second door at the end of the main hall, but it's been blocked up as a security measure.
Thank you, Chief Warden.
At your service. If you require further information, Warden Mackenzie will help you. He's at his post in the basement.
Mr. Holmes, I am a huge admirer of yours. I have followed all your cases and successes with the greatest interest.
What enthusiasm. Have you ever thought of a career in the police force?
Have I thought about it? It's my dream. And I'm going to try my chance once this establishment closes down. I'm studying hard for the examination to get into police school.
いいことだ。
Tell me about the prisoners, Warden James.
We only have a few. As you might be aware, the days of this place are numbered. Therefore, we no longer receive new prisoners. Those who are already here are among the most dangerous in London. We have 3 at the moment. Hans the Rat Killer and the Flint Brothers.
The Flint Brothers?
Yes, 2 rather simple-minded maniacs who detest one another despite their relation. They massacred their parents and decapitated their neighbours. It took more than 9 policemen to overpower them.
There isn't any information on the notice board. Should there be notes about duties?
Yes, there should be, but Miss Patterson hasn't put up the guard's assignments for this week yet. It's not like her. Usually she does it first thing in the morning. Without these instructions, the guard in the basement won't be changed. I would go and get them, but I don't want the director to catch me there. He's very strict. Doesn't like us wandering around when we're on duty. And it will get his daughter in trouble. He's
He's not being very pleasant with her at the moment, and I don't want to make things worse.
なんかあるんだな。
How does not having the information about guard duty stop you from insuring the watch in the basement?
Because of the system of opening the doors, Mr. Holmes. As you can see, they are equipped with a mechanical timer which answers to a code. When the timer stops, that is to say at the end of each watch, the doors block automatically and the code is reset. It is therefore impossible to open the doors without the new code.
And who has the code?
Only the guard who takes the new watch. He's the only one who can open the envelope that it's kept in. He learns it by heart and destroys the message.
Very clever, but let's look at the limits of this procedure. One false note, and the system falls apart.
See you later, Mr. Holmes.
These weapons are obviously ready to use in case of emergency.
ただ一丁ないね。
It is the guard's guest book, perhaps for distinguished guests.
The guards must spend long hours here.
暇だからポーカーをやってるみたいだね。
This device must be the alarm.
I'm glad to.
And
See you later, Mr. Holmes.
同じか。ちょっと先に秘書さんにもう一回話を聞きに行きましょうか。
let us go to the...
Anything else, Jen?
あ、ダメか。何も反応なしだね。
Let's go to the...
邪魔。ワトソンくんすげえ邪魔。ああ、こう見ると前作のさ、ワトソンがどいてくれたのってすげえありがたかったんだなって思うよね。この視点のこれ今さ、クリックで動くタイプのやつやってんだけど、この視線の動かし方完全にあれだよね。バイオハザードの視点の動かし方だよね、これね。このカメラの切り替わり方。バイオハザードだよね。ほら。どっちゃくそ動かしにくいわ。
Here's the famous high security area.
Warden Mackenzie, at your service, sir.
Good morning, Warden. I have a pass which allows me to speak with prisoner Hunts.
Very well. It is the cell at the end to your left. I'd advise you to walk in the middle of the corridor. Warden Mackenzie.
やべえやつ2人。いた、こいつか。
Hans Schielmann, I require some information from you.
So, who do we have here? The celebrated Sherlock Holmes himself. Do you know that for all the time I have spent rotting in here, you are my first and only visitor? I think this is cause for celebration. A confrontation between two geniuses, two extraordinary minds.
I am afraid that you are not quite as great a chemist as you believe you are, Mr. Schielmann. I will not say that you never were. No, it was certainly true once. But you see, while you are whiling away your days in here, it appears that someone on the outside is at the point of surpassing you, if that is not already the case.
Yes, I heard about that. A chemical poison that eats away at the flesh and provokes hysteria. I recognize talent when I see it, but it's only a matter of time before I win back my laurels, believe me.
What can you tell me?
That depends on what you can bring to me.
What do you want?
Do you know why I am treated so harshly? For my meals, I am given nothing but a hunk of bread, and even then, not just any sort.
Get to the point.
Never interrupt me! Where was I? Oh, yes, the bread. Did you know that with a little rye yeast, a pinch of moss, certain cockroach secretions, just enough light and damp, with a few other ingredients that I will keep quiet about, I succeeded in poisoning half the staff here? Unfortunately, a little something was omitted, which would have made the results fatal. Instead, it merely caused acute attacks of stress and powerful hallucinations. Even so, I got a great laugh out of watching them cry like babies when they saw their most primitive fears materializing before them.
You are a monster, Mr. Shielman.
Thank you.
It wasn't a compliment.
But of course it was! You others, you ordinary, narrow-minded people, you are afraid of anything that you cannot comprehend. You call me a monster because what you find impossible to face is just the slightest fraction of my genius. If by monster you mean someone who is nothing like you, then it is a compliment.
What do you need?
Very little. Just something to write with. You see, my brain races like an engine with too many thoughts. I see them crackle and explode into thousands of formulae right in front of me. What a torture not to be able to write them down. What a hell to see them vanish just as quickly as they appear to me. Just bring me something that I can write with.
That's all. That seems an easy enough request to fulfill.
But listen, I don't want a vulgar inkwell and a pigeon's feather. No, I need material fit for my talent. I want my ink pen. Bring it to me, and I will be happy to pass on to you a little of my knowledge of modern chemistry.
Where is it?
It was confiscated upon my arrival here. I suppose it might be in my locker, in the locker room. Leave me now, and don't come back without my ink pen. See you soon, Mr. Holmes.
We must go to the...
You've been lucky, little brother. Otherwise, your goose would have been cooked.
ね。
Hey, brother. Lucky for you that...
What?
こっちがもう一つの扉か。まあ、インクで毒物を作るつもりじゃないといいよねって感じ。さて、じゃあロッカールーム行ってみましょうか。
Closed. Closed.
The locker room. This is...
The direct... Miss, may we borrow the keys to the locker room?
You will need authorization from the director to open that door. If you wait a moment, then I will inform him.
We will wait, thank you.
Anything new, Mr. Holmes? Is your investigation advancing?
うわぁ、顔の位置がおかしい。なんでずれてるし。
Mr. Holmes, have you been able to get what you wanted from our lodger?
Not yet. We must first cast light upon a crucial point, and for that we require your help again.
What can I do?
We need to examine Shielman's civilian clothing.
Very well, but be extremely careful.
What do you mean?
In that madman's compartment, you will find a strange little coded case which refused point blank to open when he was incarcerated. We did try to force it, but without success.
Didn't you ask the experts?
Of course we did. Experts from Scotland Yard came to examine it, where they came to the conclusion that it was better that the case remained shut than tamper with it too much.
I see. They were afraid that some poison or other might escape if it was opened.
Exactly. Bear in mind that this man is an evil genius, a master poisoner, and that his poisons are never ordinary. Here's the key to the locker room. I give you the authorization to open it.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Miss Patterson, the guards are still waiting for you to put up the duty list. Do it as soon as possible. Without it, the changing of the guard cannot take place. Or had you forgotten?
Dry your tears, miss. I'm certain that your father didn't mean to hurt you.
Mr. Watson, I can't put up the duty list. And when he finds out, he'll be furious.
Why can't you?
It's in my locker, in the cloakroom, and I've lost the key.
Your aunt.
Say no more, Holmes. As you keep repeating, time is against us. Let's go and look at the things in the rat killer's locker. We must go.
But...
なくしたね。ちょっときな臭い話だな。
Closed. The locker room. This is where the prisoner's things are kept.
Here is the locker of our friend, Hans, the mad scientist. Here is the locker of...
ロッカールームの鍵はこれでいいのかな?
Here is the locker of our friend, Hans, the mad scientist.
さてさて。
What should we do? Oh, what a jumble.
This solid box must hold a precious object. Let us see. A poem in Hans's handwriting. A poem in Hans's handwriting. Blotting paper. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. This cannot be a simple coincidence. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't do. There's something interesting here. Nothing. No, it is unnecessary.
穴が開いてるっぽいところが開くって感じかな。
I can't.
他は
I can't. I can't.
他それっぽいのないよな。
I can't. 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 I can't do that.
多分大丈夫。CABRSH。 CABR。水平べ僕の船じゃないか。BR だったよな。BR だな。あった。CABASH ね。
Perfect. What is written on that note, Holmes?
Later, Watson, later. We can give Hans his pen. Blotting pen. Blotting. A paper now.
鍵はもうなくなってるか。
Staff cloak. Staff closed.
What should we do now?
We can give Hans.
What a bunch of incompetents. Oh, if I was as unprofessional as that, there would be murderers running all over the town.
What's the matter? Are you a patient of Dr. Watson?
Very amusing. I was going on about the dry cleaners in Westgate Street. They've just delivered my ceremonial uniform in the middle of my duty, and I've told them 1,000 times not to bring it until after 6 in the evening.
A ceremonial uniform? You've been promoted?
No, and that's not about to happen. No, I've been invited to a wedding. I mean, I hope to be. I'm in trouble. If the director sees that I've left my post, I'll be sacked without pay.
Give it to me, Warden Brighton. I'll take care of it for you.
Really? Thanks a lot. Here's the key to the cloakroom and that of my locker. I'm really grateful, Mr. Holmes.
What have you got in mind, Holmes? You're not doing this out of kindness, are you?
No, out of curiosity. We will be able to access the cloakroom with these keys.
あれ、英語のアクセントがちゃんと区別されてるんですね。なんか違うなとは思ったんですけど。あれかな？声優さんが上手いのかもしれないですね、もしかしたら。あれ、こうじゃなかったっけ？あれ、この鍵じゃない？これか。
Staff cloak. Here is Brighton's locker. Miss Patterson's locker.
「持ち物チェックします。ブライトンさんのロッカー機。
Miss Patterson. Closed. Miss.
なんか使って開けらんねえかなって思いながらいじってました今。
Bicarbonate of soda. Brighton must have an upset stomach caused by stress, without a doubt. The name on the key is Jenny Patterson. That is interesting. I need... Bicarbonate. Miss Pat.
なんであるんだろうな、ブライトンのところに。
Let us examine Miss Patterson's locker. The lock on this box is rather sophisticated.
Incredible. Is Jenny hiding something?
おそらく全てが繋がんないといけないんだろうな。これでどうだ？
It's really very clever. Little Jenny is astonishing.
誰かが着替えてる説ね。それもあるかもしんないね。あら！ジェニー・パサーソンとフランク・ブライトン、永遠の二人の愛が一つになる。へー。
Sealing the relation between Jenny and Warden Brighton. Decidedly, this boy is not a great poet.
僕のジェニーへ結婚しよう。その後のことなんかどうでもいい。君の父親は僕たちが愛し合ってると事実を受け入れなくてはいけない。子供のことを考えてくれ。それに忘れないでほしい。君を愛している、愛している、愛している。ジア。そうだ、君に詩を書いたんだよ。ジェニー・パターソン君の鼓動が波打つ。僕の心臓を潰れそうだ。僕たちの愛は自由。いつまでも果てしなく続く。有名な中国の地下に影響を受けて書いた。僕の可愛い人、勇気を持つんだ。フランキーより。破り捨てろ。
A letter from Brighton to Jenny. Barely literate.
Apparently, Jenny is carrying Brighton's child, and it seems that Jenny's father, the director, is unaware of this.
業務内容。地下警備員オバサリアンって言うんじゃった。オサリバン監修。受付ブライトン監修。警備室、現地的マッケンジー監修。監督、ジェームス監視長。
Here is the famous guard duty list. Interesting.
開けっぱなしで行くホームズ君。
We have found the guard duty cards, miss. If you like, I can go and discreetly give them to the guards.
Oh, thank you. You've got me out of a lot of trouble, Mr. Holmes.
ロッカーの鍵どこにあったのか聞かないか、お前。
Sorry, Mr. Holmes, you can't go into the basement for the moment.
For what reason?
The door has locked itself automatically. We must enter a new security code.
Do it then.
Miss Patterson hasn't put up the guard duty list yet. Without that information, we don't know who's authorised to take note of the new code.
So Mackenzie is locked in the high security zone.
Yes, but don't worry about him. He's trained for this sort of dysfunction.
Why not ask the director to take note of the code and open the door?
He isn't allowed to, and I doubt that he would run the risk of going against the orders of the administration centre. Anyway, the bars in the high security section are joined to the alarm system, which is in that room. We only need to sound it to unblock, but you see we can't do that now.
We'll try to find the duty list, Warden James.
なるほど。イギリスでは話す英語で出身と階級が分かれてる。なるほどね。
We have found Chief Warden James's duty list.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Let's see. O'Sullivan, it's you who takes over from Mackenzie. Take note of the code, please, and unblock the door.
At once, Chief. Ah, Mr. Holmes, could I ask you for a favour?
Please do.
I think I can say on behalf of all the staff that we would be honoured if you would care to write something in our guest book.
With pleasure, O'Sullivan. You seem worn out, O'Sullivan. A good night's sleep would do you good.
A good night's sleep would do me good. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Is something worrying you?
As you know, Westgate Prison will soon be demolished, and I'm spending most of my nights studying for my exam to join the police. You understand, I have to think about my future. So sleep isn't a priority at the moment.
Scotland Yard is always looking for young, competent, and motivated men. Would a letter of recommendation from me allow you to get some sleep?
What? A letter from Mr. Sherlock Holmes recommending me for Scotland Yard? Are you quite serious?
Completely serious, my young friend. May I use this writing paper? The one on your desk.
1,000 thanks, Mr. Holmes. 1,000 thanks.
It is addressed to Inspector Baines, a good friend of mine. There's no need to remind you that it must be opened only by the person to whom it is addressed.
Yes, of course. I'll give it to him personally. Thank you again, Mr. Holmes.
うわ、トラップ仕掛けやがった、この人。
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
It is the guard's guest book.
See you soon.
この人がすげえ怪しいな、今。カットインの入り方的に考えても。なんで横向きであげたんだろう。
Warden Mackenzie, at your service, sir.
Well, see you. Well,
You have what you wanted. Your precious pen.
you seem annoyed, Mr. Holmes. I would even go so far as to say terribly worried.
Why should you care, Mr. Shielman? Let's talk about that poison.
I am not talking about you in the grip of natural emotions found in ordinary people who are confronted by the inexplicable. But as for Mr. Holmes, you are embarrassed, aren't you? Are you hiding something?
That is enough, Shielman.
You have kept your word. Therefore, I will keep mine. At this moment, the poison which so interests you isn't finished yet. Its maker is encountering great difficulties in attaining the desired results.
What is the end result?
Now, Mr. Holmes, the end result of any science, as Descartes once said, to become the master and owner of nature. Here we are talking about human nature, of course. And the creator's problem isn't so much the mixture as the durability of his creation.
What do you mean?
You see, this poison was made using rare but very volatile short-living compounds, which means that it is only possible to produce small quantities, which most importantly do not keep for a long time. Conceiving such a product in a laboratory especially built for the purpose could be achieved by any good chemist. But recopying this alchemy on another scale and keeping it ready at any moment, observing the particular conservation and storing conditions that a substance of this type requires, well, that would need a genius. I doubt if the creator of this mixture would be capable.
And you would be, of course.
Of course.
Luckily, you are going to spend the rest of your life in prison.
Luck is cyclical. It always comes around again, sooner or later. As far as I am concerned, I have the feeling that the cycle is going to be very short.
Holmes, it sounds to me as though this Shielman is implying that an escape attempt will be made.
Yes, we must go and warn the director.
At your service.
See you.
トラップって言ったのは、このタイミングでホームズがわざわざ、今日会ったばっかりの看守に対して手紙を書くはずがないから、多分何かを仕掛けたんじゃないかなって気はちょっとしてる。ありがとうございます。
It is out of the question that your bastard is named Patterson. Very well. You refuse to reveal the father to me? Well, then go and join him. I'm not stopping you.
I can't.
Director, you will have to postpone this small family reunion. We believe that a serious scheme is afoot. We must act without delay.
You're not thinking of...
Yes. Shielman's words leave no room for doubt. It seems that he is planning an escape attempt. We strongly advise you to search his cell.
Do you really believe that he's hiding something? Because I must make an official report and have a legitimate reason for doing a search.
Director, if this prison is still in operation, it is solely because of its reputation. Think of the consequences of an escape. It would be closed at once. And what post do you imagine would be offered to the person deemed responsible?
You're right. No one will escape from Westgate under Patterson. I will order an immediate search of Mr. Shielman's cell.
Chief Warden James reporting. The search of prisoner Hans Shielman's cell has been carried out. No suspicious items were found.
Thank you, Chief James. I feel better now. Without wishing to offend you, Mr. Holmes, I am glad that you were mistaken.
If I'm not mistaken, we've nothing more to do here. Shall we go, Holmes?
There's just one more thing for me to see, Watson.
What's that?
Mr. Holmes, sorry to interrupt you, but Miss Jenny wishes to see you alone. She's waiting for you in her office.
This, Watson.
How did you know?
Wait for me in the guard's room. I won't be long.
What an extraordinary gentleman that Sherlock Holmes is. You must have had lots of adventures with him.
Oh, yes, dozens.
Thought he was infallible, but there wasn't anything out of the way in the rat killer's cell. Could he have been mistaken?
I must admit...
Warden Brighton, in my office immediately. That's an order.
The director seems furious.
Yes, it must be important for him to order Brighton to leave his post.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Did you hear that?
Yes, that's not normal. I've never heard Flint shout like that.
But why doesn't O'Sullivan sound the alarm?
Follow me, Mackenzie. Let's go and have a look.
I'll come with you.
No, Dr. Watson, you're not allowed in. Wait for me here.
Very well.
Hey, but the grill is blocked, Chief.
We've been locked in. And that smoke, it's coming from below. O'Sullivan, can you hear us?
Sully, are you alive? Answer us, Sully.
What's going on? Can I help you?
Sound the alarm in the guard's room. That should unblock the door. Be quick. O'Sullivan might be in danger.
It doesn't work.
どうすればいいんだろう。保存しとこう。ひとまず保存だ。
The guards must... There is nothing interesting. There is nothing. There is...
KB ってどこだ？ここか？
There is nothing. I must... The door is locked, and I can hear shouting and crying. We're in the middle of some family drama, so there's no chance of them hearing me. The door is locked, and I must sound.
どこだかわからない。警備室どこ？
There is nothing.
ちょ。
It does. The guards.
警備室ってここだよな、確か。こっちか。
Locked. O'Sullivan, can you hear me? O'Sullivan, answer me.
Yes, I'm here. Quick, get me out of here. The Flints have escaped, and they are fighting like dogs. Help!
It's a catastrophe. There is nothing in.
Hey, what are you waiting for to sound the alarm, Doctor?
It's impossible. It's been damaged. I'll run and warn the director.
No, Doctor. Our priority is to save O'Sullivan. Go ahead through the visitors' corridor. See if he answers your call.
もう確認しちゃった
Very
よ。
well.
Take the keys. They're in our room.
Locked.
We must get.
Locked.
鍵。
Useless. This door is blocked by the timer, but not the one below. Give me the keys, quickly.
やだな。渡したくねえな。
I've got the keys, Doctor. Thank you.
Follow me, Watson. We must repair the alarm.
Finally. There you are, Holmes.
Follow me, Watson. I'm going to turn on the system. Watson, you make sure of the contact.
I hope that this isn't dangerous.
どうすればいいんだ
I'm
こ
going
れ
to。turn on the.
I hope that.
こういうことか。
It works.
Perfect.
It's open. Let's go down.
Be careful. From what your colleague said, the Flints are out.
We are trained for this sort of situation. And we're armed.
Come and help us, Watson.
Everything is back to normal. Thank you for your help, gentlemen.
It was a pleasure.
But where is O'Sullivan?
He's no longer here. He must have gone out through the visitor's entrance.
Yes, and he must be pleased to have gotten out of the basement.
Good. We must now check all the cells. It's the procedure in case of an alarm.
We'll come and help you.
オバザリアンが
You are evidently fond of wasting time, my dear fellow. Rejoin me at the reception when you've finished.
いないだろうな、奥で。ほら、いなくなってる。
The grate is open. This is alarming. He's fine where he is, under the cover, still.
How can he sleep with all this noise?
I'll admit it's not normal. Perhaps the smoke has poisoned him. I'd better take a look.
Be careful, Doctor. He is dangerous.
O'Sullivan?
It's impossible. He was with us only a few moments ago. Or else...
Or else it wasn't O'Sullivan.
My God, he's escaped. The rat killer has escaped.
あららら。
Ah, Holmes, there you are. Hans has escaped. I fear that this inquiry is a bitter defeat for us.
Not at all, my dear fellow. Quite the contrary. Follow me.
むしろその反対だよ。
Why the devil have you brought me behind the prison?
We have an appointment, Watson.
What should we do?
Look who is waiting for us.
Shielman! I'll go back and alert the guards.
Calm down. He's harmless.
But what is he doing here? Why hasn't he run away?
Because I asked him not to.
Are you telling me that you helped him to escape?
Quite so, as he wouldn't have been able to do so alone.
But how? And why? He's a dangerous madman. Holmes, you've made me an accomplice in this escape. You owe me some explanation.
And you will have them. But my priority for the moment is to remove our new friend to a safe place. I won't be long, but I must go alone. I'll rejoin you later. Just give me your next destination.
Very well. I suppose you know what you're doing.
How could you doubt it? Here, take the notes. They will help you when you write up the account of our visit to Westgate. So, where do I find you?
The next step of our investigation should take place in the Whitechapel area.
Good. Go then, and I'll rejoin you there.
なるほどね。続きってあったね。後で見よっか。無実ではないけど、なんか脱獄を手伝ったのは事実だね。
Here we are in the heart of Whitechapel. Keep an eye on your wallet, Holmes. This area is the highest for pickpockets in all of the kingdom.
Don't worry about my wallet, Watson. It would be easier to move Big Ben than to steal from me.
Or to borrow a shilling from you.
Amusing, Watson. Really very amusing. Can we move on to more serious matters?
I'm listening, Holmes.
あの時ね、ちょっと触れてたね。 ああ。鬼だなぁ。はい、いらっしゃいませ。ホームズになって遊んでます。ホームズ鬼だなぁ。恋人のやりとりの手紙をお父さんに届ける流れを作ってたってか？
Nothing of interest here.
ホワイトチャペル、ロンドンの貧困街ですね。
Bread, sir. I'll do anything. Oh my God, what misery.
Bucks Row, where Polly Nichols met her death under the knife of the Ripper.
No, it is unnecessary.
A cab builder. Nothing interesting.
No.
Bucks Row.
非常に優秀な怠け者。
They leave us to die like dogs.
Bucks Row.
この辺りは多分、こっちのルートは、あれだな。Workers needed.
Hey, give me a little something, you cheapskate.
Whitechapel Street. We are in one of the main... Whitechapel Street. Here's the public dispensary that we're looking for.
なんだろうこれ。
A circulating soup kitchen.
ああ、炊き出しか。
Holmes, the man from the soup kitchen isn't only in voluntary service. Look.
A money game.
Oi, oi! We're giving out free soup after mass, right here. Don't hesitate. Come get yours. All thanks to Prince Woodville's kind generosity. A ticket for a hot bowl of bacon soup.
Excuse me, my good fellow.
You don't look like the needy.
We're not here for the soup, we're merely passing through. But I would like to commend you for your good charity.
バクチ。
It's the Prince of Woodville who's the charitable one. All I'm doing is filling the bowls. For the first time ever in this area, someone's thinking of the poor people here. Look around you. At every street corner, you'll find someone giving out soup just like me. I grew up here, and I can promise you, it's the first time the toffs have thought about us.
And no one tries to take advantage of this?
No, mister, that's not possible. You have to exchange a ticket against a bowl. The tickets have the day's date on them, and are handed out after mass. That way no one can cheat.
基本的に、この、ロンドンの階級ってのは明確な隔たりがありまして、上流階級から見れば、下流階級の人間なんて、ゴミ以下、と言っていいほどの扱いを受けます。だからこそ、王子がそうやって目かけてくれたことに感動してるっていうのはそういうこと。ガチでそういう扱いを受けます。
I'm starving. Help me for pity's sake.
Buy my flowers, my lord, for your dear departed.
This cemetery is the very image of Whitechapel. Sinister, frightening, and ill-kept. What a terrible place for one's final rest.
At least hunger no longer gnaws at them.
だがもう、空腹で苦しむことはないだろうな。決して管理されてるとは言い難い墓地だな。
Impossible to open it. Let us see if the elements analyzed in Baker Street and this cemetery have something in common. This rope is only worn on one side. This rope is only worn on one side. The rope used to tie up the Bishop of Knightsbridge came from this cemetery. It is only worn on the one side because it is used to lower coffins into graves. Impossible.
開けるのが不可能なら側面からどうだ？
belongs to the cemetery workers.
なんかあるな。手紙？チラシ。ぶどう類人猿。
A leaflet for the soup kitchen. This leaflet is dated for the day after tomorrow. The tickets for the soup kitchen are given out on the same day. Only somebody who works there could have written on it.
なるほどね。向こうで反応がしてるな。あれか。
Let us see if the elements analyzed in Baker Street. Black and damp earth. Earth freshly turned over, still damp. This dark, damp earth is the same type as that which was found at the Bishop of Knightsbridge's home.
It came from a grave, then. Oh, what a lovely thought.
そんなのが分かっちゃうホームズが本当すごいね。
Well, judging by the state of this place, they don't work very often.
飛ばしちゃった。
Impossible. Let us see if the elements analyzed in Baker Street and this cemetery have something in common. Granite. These stones are of the same granite. Granite. Black paint. Granite. 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 This black painted stone is identical to the fragments found in the rope which we analyzed at Baker Street and in the footprints of the Bishop of Knightsbridge's murderers. Everything coincides, Watson. The fragments of granite at the bishop's home came from the tombstones of this cemetery.
As well as the rope that was used to restrain the poor man. One of those used to lower the coffins.
I can think of only two reasons why anyone should happen to spend a great deal of time in a cemetery. Either he is at rest here, or he works here. At least one of the bishop's murderers is employed here.
A shame. If he was at rest here, it would have made our job easier. Let's look for a mobile soup kitchen, Holmes.
墓地の上走る不届き者。真似しちゃダメだよ。
Even here, decidedly the poor people have been abandoned to their fate.
Aren't you going to leave me alone? Can't you see I'm busy? You again. You can't have any soup, you're too rich. It's for the poor, not the toffs.
And what would you say to relieving two toffs of their wallets by giving them a chance at dice?
With great pleasure. What do you want to bet?
Your ring against my friend's superb silver watch.
Holmes, I inherited this watch from my brother. It has a great sentimental value.
Watson, show your watch to our friend here.
Done. Make yourselves at home. All right, mister. First who gets 36 points wins.
ああ、なるほどね。ああ、なるほどね。うん。案外出るな。6の目が、それってことだな。あら。はい、36。
Perfect.
Aren't you going to leave me alone? Can't you see I'm busy?
We win.
Hey, not so fast. We'll play a game.
Out of the question. You have lost. You owe me your ring.
Oh, it means a lot to me, this ring. Me dad gave it me before he died. He choked on his own glass eye. Me mum didn't get over the shock of it, and she killed herself by smashing her head open with her wooden leg. And she'd only just heard that me sister, who's a prostitute, had caught an embarrassing disease that made all her hair fall out. And worse, our dog, got run over when he...
As this ring holds such sentimental value for you, I will allow you to keep it. What would you say to exchanging that against some information about Grape Ape? That seems like a fair deal, don't you think?
Grape Ape works with us. He usually deals with the tickets, but we haven't seen him for a few days.
Where is he usually to be found?
Well, last time I saw him, he was with his mates from the dispensary, them that deal with the morgue. Now, that's all I know.
It is quite good enough. Keep your ring, my good man, as a souvenir of your poor father.
A souvenir of me dad, me mum, me sister, and me dog.
One further thing. You said that Grape Ape's friends work at the morgue. Which morgue?
The morgue at the dispensary. I must say, they got a funny job. They wash the dead, dress them, cut their hair. They clean the blood off the floor, chase the rats, stamp on the cockroaches. Mister, I can tell you, I prefer giving out soup.
There isn't a certain Kurtz amongst the employees.
Listen, we didn't play for info about the whole city. I'm not telling you anything else.
The dispensary has got its own morgue. Interesting.
Well, yeah, I've just told you so. It's the one that all the undertakers prefer. Think about it. It's just next to the cemetery.
Thank you, my good man. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye, mister.
Whitechapel Street. We are in one of the main areas in the... Whitechapel.
It's the last bread shop open in the area.
Nothing of interest here.
ここは売春婦の方々のエリアみたいですね。
Whitechapel.
こうやって昔はお客さんを待ってたんでしょうね。
We aren't investigating down there, Holmes, are we? Are you sure?
嫌がってんのがクソ面白いな。このまま上がってったらどうなんだろうな。上がれなーい。さて、じゃあ診療所探しに行きましょうかね。
Leave me alone.
That is Street.
こっちか。
That is Street. That is Street.
行き止まりだ。
A wine and liquor seller. He must make a fortune in this area.
いやー、なんか、18世紀ロンドンってこんな感じだよねっていうのがよく分かってやってて楽しいですね。
Good day. Please excuse us. Oh, Grant, is it you?
Yes, but wait a moment. Watson, it's been years. Since the Faculty of Medicine, if my memory serves me right.
Yes, we were young and ambitious. I didn't expect to find you here. I thought you had gone to America.
No, I find that I prefer the filth here, amputating gangrenous legs.
Ah.
I'm joking, Watson. Unfortunately, I was unable to leave for Washington. I had to give up surgery. So instead, I crouched down in this rat hole, rubbing shoulders with the world's misery.
Grant, treating those in need is a noble calling. You underestimate the importance of your work.
If you say so. It's true that in the beginning I felt as you do, but as time goes by, the more this cursed area seems like hell. You think that nothing can get worse, and the next day you see that it can. Now famine has hit these poor wretches.
One can't always do as one might prefer when one is a doctor.
Grant, I'd like to introduce you to Sherlock Holmes.
Pleased to meet you. Well, no one comes here by chance, therefore I imagine that you need something in particular. How can I help you?
Dr. Grant, we are in possession of a scalpel which was found in an unusual location. Does it come from your dispensary, as we believe?
From its mark, I'd say it was stolen from us. A lot of things disappear from here, you understand. Life is hard in Whitechapel. When the staff find a way of adding to their salary, they rarely hesitate to do so.
Thank you, Doctor. Tell me, Doctor, do you have a morgue in your dispensary?
Yes, it is the busiest place in the building.
We would like to see it.
The door at the far end, the one with the unpleasant smell.
Very good. Farewell, Doctor.
See you soon, perhaps. And take care of yourself.
This stove is hardly working. That would explain the damp around here.
Incredible. My colleague could at least keep a good fire going for his patients.
Like all the sick lying here, this person is very quiet.
Not surprising, Holmes, this person is too weak. She's obviously suffering from malnutrition, and for more than a few weeks now.
何歳ぐらいなんですかね。ちょっとそれは調べたことなかった。
Like all the sick, not surprising.
同じだった。じゃあ、グロ注意の部屋行きましょうか。
Look, Holmes, a list of the recently dead. How sad.
I see names that have something in common.
C は栄養失調。14歳も亡くなって45歳、17歳。17歳と19歳、服毒自殺。2人は結婚する予定だった。23箇所のナイフの刺し傷による死亡。
What should we do next, Holmes?
今回は服毒自殺が気になるところですね。
I understand now why my colleague keeps quiet about his morgue. This place is a real mess.
Concentrate, Watson. We must look for clues about Grape Ape's friends.
Look at the state of the instruments. They've probably never been cleaned.
This is Kurtz's overall, so he really does work at the morgue. Strange that he left his overall here.
Holmes, this is Kurtz. We've just found one of the Bishop of Nicebridge's murderers.
I need something. I need a small metal stem. Two keys.
Well, well, this Kurtz was carrying a lot of things.
Perfect.
なんかいろいろ出てきたな。地図だな。多分墓地の地図だな。はーい。 調べたら、ブラックピート事件の時に41歳ぐらい。諸説あるけど、1854年生まれが濃厚。ブラックピーターの後ってことはもう2人とも40代中頃ぐらいって感じかな。
We must find the place.
How can I help you?
Farewell, Doctor.
See you soon.
Perfect. It's open.
さて。
We must find.
Here, this hut is on the map. Let us search it from top to bottom, Watson.
Oh, what a jumble.
Oh no. 別の墓の場所を設けるたびに恋人たちの木を切り倒す。食料不足が今後も続けばより多くの客が期待できるだろう。
How is it that there is no room in this cemetery?
Impossible to open it.
じゃあ、おの。
Bags filled with nails. There are a lot of them. Well, really.
I can see a large crack. I'll need something thin. A hole was drilled a short while ago. There is a sack inside this hole. Let us see what is inside it.
Valuable.
墓地の盗賊のメモ。新人二人だ。ロミオとジュリエットと一緒に眠らせておいた。
We are making headway. How do we know what this means?
This message confirms that we are on the right track.
あ、ワトソンの奥さんは亡くなってるそうね。
Valuable objects. But what are they doing here? Valuable bags filled.
Look, this chest has been nailed to the floor. This box has been placed so that no one can move or open it.
まあ動かしたらこんな底抜けの箱なんてダメだろうしな。
Let's find the lover's tree, Holmes.
恋人たちの木ね。まあこういうので大体一番太い木って相場が決まってるんだけど。ほら。
Here is our tree. Let us examine the inscriptions.
サリー、トム、ジュリア、エドウィン、エヴァ・ベン、ビエル、マリア、I love you.
This design was the last to be done. Sally and John is engraved here as a symbol of their love.
We must find.
Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest.
あ、これ。勝手に動いてんだけどな。
Nothing of interest here.
なんでぐるって回ったし。なんで見つめ合ったし、今。大の大人二人が。あ、これかな？
Yes, it must be there.
掘り起こすにはシャベルがいるね。
This shovel belongs to the...
You frighten me, Holmes.
サリーとジョンの墓に何か隠したって書いてあるから、その二人の墓を暴くと。ちなみにサリーとジョンっつうのは、この死亡の中にいたこのサリー・ペディコートとジョン・ハルミトンっていうことですね。だから殺されてんだな、これが。さあ、掘るか。
Very well, Holmes.
ワトソンが掘るんだな。
Look, a metal box. What do you think?
The lock on this box is rather sophisticated. This box comes from a bank. The criminals must have held on to it after a hold-up.
はい、なんかあるんだけど、下に。78235って。あ、なるほどね。ああ、2個同士じゃないと動かせないって？なるほどね。まあこれだとダメなんですけど、23にしないといけないのね。23にしないといけないんだが、どうすればいいか。ちょっと一回セットするね。 よし、頑張ろうか。なんかもう、ゲーム始めてからもう4時間経ってもまだ一つの事件が終わって寝てやっべえなと思いながらやってんすけど。なかなか今回はハードだな。7823。難しいな。ちょっとね。非常に難しいな。ちょっと待って。2個ずつしか動かないでしょ。後ろから作った方がいい？どちらかというと、もう片方のブロックを確定させて、残りのところを残りでうまく組み合わせていくってのが正解だから、ひとまず7だけを確定させて、この状態にした上で、なんか、下手に一つのものを作りすぎてもいけねえな。 これ普通のあれよ、動画投稿だったら、あれ、早送りにしてるとこだね、これ。2個ずつしか動きません。788223354664か。だからその状態にするのが難しいんですよね。それを試そうとはしてるんですけど。まあ、こういうことだとは思うんですけどね。82逆なんだよな。数字版ルービックキューブ。そうだね。その感覚はよくわかる。64、45。これ数字がずれてる状態は不健康な状態だから、 よくないのよね。よし、じゃあ時間を決めよう。今動画時間何分ぐらいだ？ちょっと待ってね。動画時間何分だか見るから。映らねえ。いや、今、17時15分になるとこなんで、あと5分やってみましょう。はい。5分やってできないんだったら飛ばします。まあ、こういうの攻略サイトに載ってたりすると思いますよ。あれ、今なんか思いついたんだけどできなかったな。まあそうね、積んだら見に行ってもいいかな。7823。 ちょっと調べてみるか。ちょっとわからんな。非常に時間がかかりすぎるので、調べてしまいます。パズル今調べようとしてるけど、出てこん出てこねえな。出てこねえな。うわー。ちょっと待ってくれ。とかね、パズルがね、難しすぎる。何をもってしてこういうパズルをつけてんのかわからんわ。そしてそのパズルの答えが見つからないというね。 あー、なるほどね。そういう動かし方か。これは解けねえわ。これは解けねえや。これは解けねえっす。むずいむずいむずいむずい。むずいっす、これ。これは無理だわ。私の苦手なパターンのパズルだわ、これ。多分ね、数学的知識がいるパターンのやつですね。
This key must be important to be hidden here. A hammer covered in blood.
Holmes, there is someone in that hut.
I saw, Watson. Come, and keep your revolver at the ready, just in case.
These candlesticks are undoubtedly stolen. What do
調べるところはなさそうだな。
Open up. We're not the police. Do not be alarmed.
That's a strange way of reassuring someone. Holmes, they are children. My God, one of them is hurt.
What do you want? Don't come any closer. Are you the police?
Don't be afraid. I am a doctor. I'm going to look at your friend's wound.
Wait, Watson. I've got some questions to ask these children.
This is urgent, Holmes. In this filthy place, the risk of infection is very high, and the wound could get worse with every second lost.
The immediate danger for these children is not so much the wound as Mr. Fletcher.
Who?
Look at the wound, Watson. It's thin and precise. It was made by a sharp, well-kept blade. Any other blade, less well-kept, would have torn the tissue around it, and its size would be irregular.
So what does that imply?
In this area, who would take such great care with a blade? A butcher, of course. And the only butcher in the area is Samuel Fletcher, who at this moment is replacing a window that has been forced open. He's a man to hold grudges, as anyone around here will tell you.
The children are in danger.
A man as skillful with a knife as a butcher, and with a bad reputation to match, could easily strike a fatal blow by cutting the child's jugular. If he hasn't done it, it's surely because these little thieves broke into his shop at night to steal a piece of meat. The poor lighting in this area saved them. I can assure you that Mr. Fletcher has spent the day trying to trace these children, and if he finds them, wounds will be the least of their problems.
That's true. What do you want? Don't let the butcher find us.
Dr. Watson will see to your wound, but the treatment won't be free. I don't need to remind you that life is hard. You know that already. Give me the address of a certain Kurtz, and the doctor will dress your wound. No address, no treatment.
I can't tell you, mister. Kurtz is a dangerous madman.
Holmes, you go too far. You have frightened the poor child.
I could give Mr. Fletcher a compensation for the damage to his property, and he would certainly give up trying to find you then. But for that, you'll have to cooperate.
Or else?
Or else he'll likely find a less agreeable way of repairing the damage.
Wait, mister. I know everyone here. I'll help you. Only protect us from the butcher.
I am looking for Kurtz. Tell me where I can find him, and I'll smooth things over with Mr. Fletcher.
Everyone here knows Kurtz. He's the worst person in the area. We call him the Colonel because he fought against the Zulus in Africa. He got chucked out the army because he's completely crackers. He lives at number 8 Betty Street.
Good. Watson, see to the wound. Then we will settle the problem between these young men and Mr. Fletcher.
パティの8番通りにいる。共同墓地に出て左に行き、最初の通りを右に入る。
We must protect these children from that butcher, Holmes.
It won't be necessary. I've had dealings with Samuel Fletcher before now. He's not the monster I've made him out to be. If he had wanted to kill them, he would have done so, even in dim light. By wounding the little thief, he wanted to warn him never to set foot in his shop again. Forget Mr. Fletcher, Watson.
You mean you lied to frighten those poor children?
Exactly. Clever, wasn't it?
Well, mister, that's a mighty fine outfit you're wearing there. You stand out like a sore thumb, and that's no lie. Watch that you don't get it all dirtied up, but you'd be welcome to come back to my place. It's not far, and I'd sponge it down for you.
Don't go back to Jenny's place. You'll get malaria.
Thank you, madam. I'm certain that you would make a very good job of it. That will not be necessary, however. But your thought was a kind one.
We'd best be leaving now, sir.
Here, please accept this sovereign as a token of my gratitude for your concern.
Well, I never. Thank you. That's right generous of you, my lordship.
You are very welcome, madam.
Madam, he calls me. Bless my garters. What a gent.
If you're ready now, sir.
Yes, let us go.
What a remarkable man, the Prince Woodville, to talk to such a woman as though she was an equal.
Let's find Batty Street.
墓地出て、左に進んで、最初の通りを右。
Whitechapel Street.
ここだ。最初の通り。通りでもなかった。通りじゃなくて路地だ。こっち。
Batty Street.
8番の部屋でしょ。
Batty Street.
ここじゃないの？ここか。
Closed. Closed.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Batty Street.
さて、閉まってるって言われてしまったな。 閉まってるって言われたけど、多分持ち物の中に鍵があるんじゃねえかな。これが多分通るんじゃね。はい、通った。
My God, Holmes, it's appalling. And the smell.
グロ注意。
But what can have happened here?
Stay calm, Watson. Take note of every detail and be careful not to move anything.
Very well, Holmes. What a horrible wound.
Size 9. Hobnail boots like those worn by laborers. Size hobnail.
What terrible wounds. The dogs must have been rabid.
Only a dog could inflict so deep a wound, but it appears that the wound was gnawed at afterwards. Let us look at our deduction board, Watson. This bandage is a day or two old, no more.
This part is in shreds. The skin tissue has decomposed, yet the death is recent.
あれ、まだ残ってるな。あら、これか。
This bandage is... Please take note, Watson.
The same finger that we found at the Bishop of Knightsbridge's house. Holmes!
一致しちゃったか。あ、まだ調べられたか。
It is a dog bite.
This part is in shreds. The skin tissue has decomposed.
The skin was deeply torn.
What a... This... What?
まだ調べられる。
The skin was deeply torn. The dog's bowl is empty.
Grapes! What are they doing there?
Grape.
This is yesterday's newspaper.
まだ調べる。これはプレイか。
Someone wrapped some meat up in this newspaper. The blood is still fresh. Someone brought food for the dogs, probably just before the fight broke out.
And just after they had been fed, they attacked a man to eat him. Incredible.
An old photo. It's written to our comrade Jeremy Kurtz from Commando J. Milan, Bloemfontein, 1883.
Kurt served as a Boer commando. He fought against his country.
A torn piece of a letter.
大佐。
It seems to be a letter of dismissal. A military badge of the 58th Infantry Regiment of Her Majesty and a letter stipulating Kurtz's exclusion from the unit. He served in 1881.
At that time, the regiment served in South Africa. Kurtz was in the Boer War.
Apparently, our friend Kurtz served in both camps in South Africa and was never a colonel. but that doesn't surprise me.
A traitor, deserter, and a false colonel. What a charming gentleman.
A newspaper covering the war in South Africa. Kurtz must have been following the war with some interest.
The Boer War is abominable, and it still rages.
The material on this tray is rather odd. Small burnt balls. A small burner.
A pipe with a strange smell.
There can be no doubt. Judging by the material on the tray and the pipe, the man smoked opium.
Opium? I doubt if this man could have made his drug here. He would have needed a real laboratory.
アヘンのことオピオンって言うんだ。それは初めて知ったわ。あんま出てきてなかったからな。前回出てきてたけど音聞こえなかったんだよね。
Let us look at our deduction board, Watson. Let us look at our deduction.
あれなんか漏らしてるとことかないよね。
Let us look at our
じゃあ推理ボードで推理ができるってことか。総当たり戦を始めてしまった。
My deduction chart is incomplete, Holmes. We are missing an important detail.
Let's return to the clinic and ask if our friend might lend us more.
What to do?
I'm torn between a nap and a picnic.
Oh, I've had enough, Holmes.
The next step of our investigation, Watson, leads us inevitably to a post-mortem. As you're well aware, in the instance where a body's vital organs no longer function, every minute is vital. Be quick now and procure the room while I arrange the transport.
Very well. I will see you later.
適当にやったら時間が進んだよ。いない。
Ah, Grant, you are still here. I to ask a favor from you.
What sort of favor, my dear friend?
Might I use your morgue for a couple of hours? It concerns an affair of the greatest
Use the morgue? Never before. Letting you poke your nose in everywhere is one thing, but closing my eyes to I don't know what unsavory practices.
No, it's nothing like that.
No, it isn't possible. Sorry.
Grant, listen to me.
Don't insist. Where do you think you are? Perhaps because you come from the rich area, you think you are entitled to do whatever you like. But here in Whitechapel, it's the real world. You understand? The real world, where we have to take risks. Do you even know what that means? And this shabby health centre where I've been stagnating for years, it's a public establishment under my authority, for whatever that's worth. I'm responsible for it. Responsible. Do you understand?
Of course I understand, Grant.
Good.
I understand, first and foremost, that you are a coward.
What?
A coward, I said, sitting on your backside behind a desk for years, complaining about your fate without even trying to change a single thing about it.
I won't allow you.
And you dare to talk to me about risks? I, who was wounded in Afghanistan while in Her Majesty's service, and who, for a great many years, has taken part in some of the most dangerous criminal investigations the country has ever known.
But
as for being responsible, as you call it, it begins with doing your job properly, particularly when one is a doctor and caring for the poorest people within our society. The real life? Ha ha! Don't make me laugh. I am a doctor too, Grant, don't forget. And I'm ashamed of my profession when I see the state of this centre.
It's not my...
So, your disgusting morgue, you are going to allow me to use it, dear friend, because I urgently need it for a vitally important affair that is way over your head, and whether it pleases you or not. Understood?
If you want to be like that about it, do whatever you like. I wash my hands of the entire thing.
That doesn't surprise me. This is a dismal place. Have you ever carried out a post-mortem, Holmes? It requires a great deal of precision.
Don't worry, I learn quickly. Hand me a bone saw.
What do you think, Holmes? Go carefully, Holmes, even so.
I must clean the body first. I must mark the places to cut. My notches are ready. No, it is unnecessary. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. A ball of paper swallowed recently. I can't do that. No, it is unnecessary. I can't do that.
大丈夫、この程度は来るじゃない。なるほどね。
No. No.
あとどうすればいいんだ？
This liquid found in the lungs should be able to tell us something.
肺だったのか。
What should we do next, Holmes?
I must analyze the contents of my pipette. Chemistry material.
And smells as bad as the one in our sitting room at Baker Street.
This liquid found in the lungs should be able to tell us something.
青が4が白の1。緑が5、白が2、茶色が2。緑が4、青が2、白が1。茶色と白が2。視覚より聴覚に酔うというか、その気持ちはわかる。俺忘れちゃったわ。白と茶色ね、白と茶色。寝ちゃって音はきついよね。わかるわかる。
Poison, and apparently very virulent.
We must finish our deduction board, Holmes.
That was a most instructive post-mortem. This man was murdered by his accomplices because of his missing finger.
I see. He was overly conspicuous walking around with a bandaged hand, as the police would have been looking for a man with a missing finger. But how did they manage to disguise the murder by making it look like a dog attack?
The post-mortem revealed the presence of poison in his system. Everything points to it being a less potent form of the poison we found in the bishop's rooms. This man died as much from the poison as from fighting against those animals. I believe this new version of the substance provokes such a rage that the victim attacks anything in his path, and in this instance it was dogs. We're dealing with sorcerers' apprentices whose creations are ever-evolving. They are attempting to obtain a particular effect, and they try out their formulae on human guinea pigs.
You're saying that his accomplices forced him to drink it?
No, he took it himself, voluntarily. The poison wasn't to be found in his blood, but in his lungs. I also discovered numerous traces of opium.
I'm beginning to see. They mixed this horrible poison with his opium, knowing that he would soon smoke it to ease the pain caused by his wound.
Exactly. And such a profound knowledge of both chemistry and toxicology is uncommon. Very well. We know the reason and the manner, but we're really not any further ahead. How will we find the two other men who murdered the bishop? By going to 13 Burner Street. It is in this area.
But where did you get that address, Holmes?
From his stomach.
I see. He wanted to get rid of the address.
No, he wanted revenge.
I don't follow you.
When the man with the missing finger began to feel the effects of the poison, he knew that he was going to die, and he knew that there would be a post-mortem. Shall we go?
なるほどね。
Let's search for our opium den, Holmes.
S13 ベーカーストリートかな。
Whitechapel Street.
めっちゃネズミがいる。
My husband can't pay the rent. We've got nowhere to go.
Berners Street.
Berners Street. ここか。
Berners Street.
いかにもな感じの場所だな。中国って感じ。
This sign would appear to be that of an establishment not fit for honest folk. Berners Street. There's our opium den, Watson. Let's go.
Good day, gentlemen. Welcome. What can I do for you?
One of your regular clients looked within himself to give us your address. He was very helpful.
Oh, I understand. Our clients quickly become regulars. Your friend isn't with you?
Sadly, no. He is tied up with his dogs.
I understand. I too love dogs. Come in and make yourselves at home.
ありがとうございます。ファンになっていただけました。嬉しいです。すげえのんびりとゲーム実況してるだけなんですけども。
What should we do next, Holmes?
The keys to the establishment are all here together. Interesting.
Have you chosen somewhere to sit, gentlemen?
Not yet, but we would like to ask you...
Make yourselves at home, gentlemen. Someone will take care of you.
道を中国語かな。いらっしゃいませ。のんびりとゲーム実況やっております。名探偵シャーロック・ホームズになりきって遊んでます。
Poor devils. See, Holmes, the ravages caused by such artificial pleasure. Ashes. It's not very clean here.
これひでえな。
Jasmine tea, judging by the aroma.
Poor devils. See...
It's not allowed here. Go on a bit further.
Please excuse us, sir.
さてここに何があるのかな。
A pity I don't understand Chinese.
実験室って書いてあるね。まあ見事なチャイニーズでございますよ。
Closed.
そう。
Well, we have searched everywhere apart from 2 rooms. One of these rooms interests me particularly.
You are thinking of the guarded room, aren't you, Holmes?
I am indeed, but we should not consider any confrontation with the guard. Let us be discreet and enter the adjoining room.
It's locked, and it wouldn't be very discreet if we were to force it.
Nevertheless, we do need to get in there.
And the manager?
Let us find a way of distracting his attention.
気を引く方法ね。
Have you chosen somewhere to sit, gentlemen?
Not yet, but we would like to ask you...
Make yourselves at home, gentlemen. Someone will take care of you.
間違え
Not
た。
yet.
Make yourselves at...
What do you think, Holmes?
The key to the locked room is here. I must find a means of getting the receptionist out of the way.
火事でも起こすか。
Jasmine tea, judging by the aroma.
あとは灰をもらって。
Ashes. It's not very clean here.
お、なんかあるね、ここに。
Dirty water. This bowl is used to wash smoking tools.
それで、これかなんか飲み物のグラスを洗ってたんか。やべえな。
Poor devil.
Closed.
さて、なんか、アイテムは一通り拾ったわけだけど、汚れた水と灰とお茶。じゃあ、お茶。あ、じゃあ、はい。はい、ダメ。そうそう、当時はね、芯にアフェンを入れて支配してたんですよね、イギリス。あ、ここに入り浸るようになるんですか、ホームズ。あ、そうなのアヘンに興味持っちゃったか。
Have you chosen some...
Not yet.
Make your...
うん。
Not yet.
Make your... Have you chosen somewhere to sit, gentlemen?
Not yet.
Make yourself...
うん。あんま関係ないようだ。さてどうしたもんかな。この場においてアイテムを組み合わせるみたいなことができないはずなんだが。あ、出れるんだ。なるほどね。出れちゃうわけだ。なんか使えるもんないかな、外に。こういったところに使えるものがポツンと落ちてないかしら。落ちてなさそうね。
What should we do next, Holmes?
さあ次どうすればいいんだろうな。 彼の気の引く方法ね。すいません。いろいろと考えながらやってるんで、ちょっとテンポが遅くなっちゃうのは許していただければと思います。どうすればいいかしらね。遠ざける方法を考えないといけないのであれば、混ざったわ。不吉な酒になったわ。混ぜればよかったのね。とか混ぜられたのね。
Please excuse us.
科学者のところにはもう一回行ってますね。で、起きてる誰かに飲ませんのね。犠牲者誰になってもらう？なんか、一番ムカつくやつにしよ
う。Holmes, you talked about making a client sick, but you were exaggerating. Surely you aren't going to force someone to drink.
Another of our differences, my friend. You cure people, I make them sick.
What's the matter? Are you ill? Hey, mister! It'll be all right. Breathe.
The Chinese waiter is busy. We can go.
What should we do next?
The Chinese... I can only take one key, otherwise the receptionist will notice that something is missing.
じゃあ実験室だけでとりあえず。
Closed. There we are. It is simplicity itself. Watson, put the key back in its place before the manager notices that it's missing.
I shall be quick. I managed to return the key without being seen.
Perfect. Let's go in.
Phew! What a stink. This bottle is full of barbiturate acid. We use it in medicine sometimes as a tranquilizer.
へー。ここで麻薬の調合をしてるのかな？
This bill hook is very thin and solid.
ほう、怪しいもの。
A ventilation window.
通気口ってことは、やっぱりそういう科学実験やってるからそういうのがあるんだろうね、
This
きっ
stick
と。
will serve as a weapon or for something else.
どんどん拾ってくる。何拾ってんの？棒とナタカマ？
All this material must be for heating opium before smoking it.
熱してから吸うやつ。でもこんな依存性が高いと言われてるアヘンもさ、昔はその薬として使われてたからね。
What do you think, Holmes?
もういいかな。出よっか。
What do you...
I cannot leave now.
ダメなの？じゃあ。
This small...
Holmes, shh, listen.
Yeah, but that's different. I don't mind getting money for killing, but he was a sort of pope or something. And we didn't even get... Yeah, I know. I got got nice rich man's boots. They must be worth about £20. But even so, and the boss ain't happy. And when I see him unhappy, I'm afraid. I don't fancy ending up like Kurtz. Perhaps you're right. But we'll have a chance to make up for it. We just have to get it right this time. Because he won't forgive us so easily next time.
They are the bishop's murderers, Holmes. The fiends.
Calm down, Watson. We'll have to take care of the guard at the entrance. I think we should be able to find something in this place that would put an elephant to sleep.
Very good. But then what?
Then we take care of those two devils.
はい、じゃあ薬取ってきましょうね。
A syringe that could be useful.
Phew! What a stink. This bottle.
Small balls of opium. I'll take a spoonful. I need... I need something.
で、火つければいいのかな?
Holmes, do you really think that this is the appropriate moment?
Don't worry, Watson. My mind only requires stimulation when it is unoccupied. That is not the case at the moment. I am merely heating these opium balls to obtain a liquid solution.
アヘンって液体にも溶けるん
You
だ。
have a potentially very powerful sedative there, Holmes. Be careful. Such a dose could be lethal.
This door shouldn't be open.
Let's hide, Holmes.
This place isn't very favorable for that. I hate the idea, but we will have to rely on luck.
There, it's locked.
We've been locked in.
I think that window is large enough for us to squeeze through.
This window is well and truly stuck. We'll have to pull it free.
I think that...
This window... It's open, but this window is damnably heavy. We need something to keep it wedged open.
液体のアヘンってスプーンで運ぶんだね。じゃあなんか棒らしきもので。
Good. We can get out of here. After you, my dear fellow.
Very well, Holmes.
Make yourselves at home, gentlemen.
ね、中から開けなかったみたいだね。
You can't come in here. It's private. You can't come in here.
It's time to take action, Watson. Go and distract the brute guarding the door.
What? Why don't you do it yourself? You're an expert boxer after all.
It's not a matter of fighting. It's a matter of luring him to me.
Ah, I see. I imagine that the sedative is for him.
Well deduced, Watson. Do something to bring the guard towards me. Good luck, Watson.
Sir, would you be so good as to come here? You again?
なんか知らんけど、いきなり始まっていきなり終わったぞ。なんか吹っ飛ばされちゃった。
Do something to bring the guard to...
Sir.
No, not that way. We must take them by surprise.
Let's get to the corridor by these stairs, Holmes. Holmes, what on earth are you doing? No! Stop! Put your hands up! Don't try anything clever! You're under arrest. Take them away.
So be it. Come, Watson. Let us go.
But why have we come back to Baker Street? It would have been better to join Baines to interrogate those criminals.
No. In the hands of the police, those crooks won't talk, and you know it. They risk being hanged.
I don't understand anything here.
We must explore all our leads. Let us take a look at the map of London. We must Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here.
行ってないとこ行けってことね。はいはいはいはい。わかりましたよ。
The bishop's nephew lives here?
Yes, he rents a ground floor room.
いやでもパッチ当ててから落ちなくなってすごく良くなったね。
Can I help you, gentlemen?
How do you do, madam? We should like to see one of your lodgers, Henry Hampford.
Well, he's away. And you must understand, I don't open my door to strangers, especially with all these prowlers about.
That is the reason for our visit.
You're the police?
No, Henry is a friend of ours. He expressed his concern to us about these intruders. We're here at his request.
I'm not surprised. Mr. Henry, while he might seem strange at first, is a thoughtful and kind man. He must have noticed how worried I've been. Why, just this morning some of my washing was stolen, and I'm sure it was those ones who took it.
It seems like the best place to start our investigation. Maybe step into your garden and then perhaps look into our friend's room.
I don't see anything wrong with your looking over the garden, but his room... You understand, he didn't warn me.
I understand.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Let's have a look in the garden.
じゃあお庭見に行きましょうか。
Indeed, there appears to be some linen missing.
なんか昔の洗濯バサミはこういう感じなんだね。なんか竹っぽいので作って挟むようなヘアピンみたいなやつだったんだ。
There is something interesting here. I need something. No. I can't do... I can't... A hole was drilled a short while ago. This board has been placed or replaced recently. It fits more smoothly than the others. I can't do that.
だから釘抜きを用意しろってことだな。畑がある。
Without a doubt, it is the linen belonging to Henry's landlady.
そんなのに気づくとはワトソン君そういうのに興味があるのかな。
There should be a spade here.
ないね。
There should be a spade here. A small pickaxe. The wire seems long enough. The wire. Tins of food tied to one another. They look to me as though they're rudimentary traps used to indicate the presence of intruders.
Oh, what a jumble.
The wire. Tin.
A rake. Why take it, Holmes?
畑を踏み荒らす。熊野でどうすんだろうな、実際。
There's something in. I can't do. Good, we can pass.
壊しやがったこの人。
It is just as I thought. Here's an ideal view of Henry's room.
That confirms that the young man was being watched.
This newspaper is 4 days old. The bishop's nephew was being watched long before his uncle's murder.
なるほどね。ロンドンの人口の半分近くが深刻な食糧危機にさらされていると我々は推定している。現時点で最も貧困な地域が危機的状況にある。国家庁が早急な対処を取らなければ、この地域を襲っている不足は飢饉へと発展する可能性があるっていうのがザ・ストランド新聞ってことね。
Nothing of interest here.
What should we do?
The remains of a small meal. Someone has stayed here rather a long time.
なるほどね。
To let.
本当か？
Closed. No, it is unnecessary.
そっか、まだなんか解決できることがあるんだな。さて。もう第6巻に頼りまくるけど。なんか反応したな。入るのはダメって言われてるのに堂々と裏側から入ろうとするホームズ。
This window overlooks the room belonging to the nephew of the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
特にもうなさそうな気がする。さて。
No, nothing of interest.
あとなんかあるのか。斧でドアぶち破る？鍵開け？あ、もしかしてこれでこれ止めるのか。
Tins of tin
関係ないか。いやー、どうすればいいんだろう。
nothing.
What do you think, Herb?
To let. The remains of a small meal. Tins of
Without a doubt, it is the...
あ、ぶつまった。ちょっと待ってね。ちょっと伸びます。だいぶ、もう17時回って18時っていう時間になってきてますからね。13時から始めてもうすぐ5時間は経つんですけども。そろそろ疲れの色が見えてくる。どうしても。
The remain. It is just as I thought. Here. Nothing of interest. Nothing of. No. 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 No.
やっぱ家ぶち破れないか。
Nothing of interest.
What do you think?
そうですね。もう5時間近くになるかなって感じですね。
Closed. There should be a closed.
ドアが反応するだけだしな。やっぱ侵入するんじゃねえかな、洗濯バサミとか使って。じゃあ、キュアでぶち破る。ダメか。じゃあ、熊野でぶち破る。じゃあ、わかった。マッチ棒だ、マッチ棒。マッチ棒で鍵あげる。はい、ダメー。ナイフ。常識人め、こういう時だけ。はあ。あ、わかった。この辺りかな。いや、でも決まってるしな。処理落ちでスタートからメンタル削られましたし、そう、あれね、だいぶメンタル削られたからね。
What should we do next, Holmes?
めんどくさいから畑耕そうかな。
Without a doubt.
燃やせねえかな。
Without a doubt.
燃やせねえだったら切れねえかな。
Without a 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 doubt.
はい。もうちょっと真面目にやります。ごめんなさい。許してください。疲れてきてます。申し訳ないです。本当に疲れてきてます。頑張ります。はい、元気です。私は元気です。頑張ります。はい、元気です。頑張ります。やべえ、ブラック会社の社員みたいなこと言ってるわ。野菜を踏み荒らすか、そんな、下道なことはできないっすよ。はじめまして、ありがとうございます。ファンに、登録していただきまして、VTuber の方だ。お互いに頑張っていきましょうね。とか言いながら、私は VTuber 界のまがいものかもしれないんですけども、存在が。ちょっとね、よろしければね、遊んでやっていただければと思います。VTuber の右下の女の子オリガちゃんっていうのと、この私ピカクロスが別物っていう扱いっていうよくわからん VTuber なんですけども。はい。いや、でもマジでわからんな、今回。どうすりゃいいんだろう。 いやー、どうしよう。どうしよう。どうしようかな。困ったよっと。やっぱこれかな。
The wire seems long enough.
なんか地面に書いてあるとかさ、そんなのないよね。あったらもうこれで反応してるとは思うしな。この針金をこれで切る。これで切る。これで切る。
Tins of the what? Tins. Tins of food tied to one another. Tins of food tied to one another.
こじ開ける限定。もうこじ開けようぜ、すべてを。とりあえず扉ぶっ壊せばいいんじゃないかなって感じになるじゃん。いや、まさかこんなところでこんなに止まると思わんやんけ。
Nothing of interest. There remain. It is just as I thought. Here's an ideal view of Henry's room.
まあ怪しいのはこの熊手なんだけどね。
To let. To let.
わかった。ここのドアこじ開けるんだ。ついにはもうシャーロック・ホームズが喋らなくなったわ。しょうがないな。やるしかねえか。この窓ガラスをぶち破る。違う。
What should we do now?
あとはマジでなんだろうな。メニュー画面で見ようとしてることはなかったよね。まあ、この新聞があったぐらい。ザ・ストランド新聞でございます。いや、よし。ちょっとどうすればいいかマジでわかんなくなったので、一旦ちょっと、少しだけお手洗い行ってきます。すぐ戻ってきます。 はい、ということで戻ってきました。
What do you think? What should we...
Closed. Closed. Nothing of interest. Nothing. No. No, it is unnecessary. No, it is unnecessary. No.
はい、ありがとうございます。わからんちん。非常にわからんちん。困り果て単語。参りましたね。参りましたね。
What do you...
待って、今変な反応の仕方した。
Without a doubt, it is the...
あったったったったったったった。あったったったったった。これ、この目線じゃないと気づけねえよ。これ、このカメラにしないと気づけねえよ。このカメラじゃないと気づかないって、これは。もう。いや。このカメラにしたから気づけてんじゃねえかよ。いや、これは気づけねえよ。もう切れてコーヒー飲んでやるわ。 もう。だって見てよ。だってこの目線で気づけると思う？言われてようやくだよ。こんな右上ですぐにスクロールで隠れてるような位置。
What do you think, Holmes?
うまいじゃねえよ。
What should we do?
No, it is unnecessary. I can't do that. It is obviously the clothing stolen from the landlady. We must return it. No. This clothing is torn. The man who stole it must have caught it on a tree when he stood upon the fence.
And at the moment when he jumped, he left this jacket in the tree.
Is this the washing you were looking for?
Oh, yes, that's it. Where did you find it?
On the ground, doubtless blown there by the wind.
They didn't steal it, then. I'd have felt better knowing that those lurkers were nothing more than clothes thieves.
That is not the case, madam. This affair seems to be rather more serious than that. It appears that these intruders were spying on Henry. Now, please, let us see his room.
Gracious me, whatever next? Come in. Take the first door on the left. It's open. He never locks it.
Never?
No, never. Well, you know him. He doesn't do things like everyone else. He lives in a world of his own.
When did you see him last? Did he say anything to you?
Yesterday morning. He just muttered a few words. I can't always understand what he's saying. When he does talk, that is. I can ask him a question, but he just stares off somewhere. The floor, the ceiling, as if I wasn't there. At first I found it strange, but I've gotten used to it.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. He's sometimes nervous too, isn't he?
Oh, yes. As soon as anything upsets him. Even when he's alone in his room, he gets cross. And then the next second he is standing stock still. He stares off into space and calms down again as fast as he became angry.
じゃあ、やさだしするか。
A violin. It is a lovely one, but where's its case?
ケースがないの珍しいな。
It is an impressive library for someone living alone.
And he's read all that? Impressive. What is this strange installation?
No hat, no coat. This rubbish bin was emptied, and then someone threw a torn piece of paper in it, and judging by the smell, there was also an onion.
Onion?
Let us put these torn pieces of paper on the table.
写真たちが伏せてあるね。あ、違う。並べろってこと？はぁ？なんだこの土着そ難しいの。 これとこれが違うか。合ってるように見えたんだけどな。気のせいか。これがここだな、多分。あったね。ここがこうで。これとこれが合ってるから、これとこれがこうか。だね。じゃあこれがこっちだ。で、これがここであって、これはここで合ってて、これ汚れ的にここ、汚れ的に、こっちか。いや、違う、ここだ。で、最後これね。はい。
Both sides of the paper are blank. All this for nothing, Holmes.
Perhaps not, Watson.
いやー、天才だな。
this?
This candle is still hot. It's been used recently.
During the day? Whatever for?
ってことは、結構最近使われたってことは、この部屋の中にいたってことかしらね。
He got his scarf out, but he forgot to take it. Someone emptied a bag here.
まあ、あとはもうやることわかるんですけどね。まずマッチで火をつけて、その上で、
I need something.
洗濯バサミをこの紐につけた上で、この紙をつける。すると、紙に文字が浮かび上がる。炙り出しですね、ほら。スタンギングストリート、ワーフ32、1、サウス6アンク。スティン、船着き場か。1の3の2。これ321か。
The address of a dock on the Thames. There's something interesting here. Box. Let's see. I am missing some information.
情報が足りない。
He scratched the
これ
lock's
かな
cipher codes for himself. Watson, write them down for us.
It is noted. It is noted. I have noted down everything.
This lock is very complex. The young Henry is remarkably intelligent.
Hmm. どう解けばいいんだこれ。1、2、3、4。どう解けばいいんだこれ。難しいね。数字に関連性が見えないな。ヒントはなさそうですね。
A box. Let's see.
Hmm. 11、10、9、11、5、6、9、 3938。真ん中の字は多分関係ないと思うんだけど。5、15。やっぱ縦なのかな？縦っぽいよな。15、15の21でしょ？で、9の36の、ここがでも合わないんだよな、そうなると。36の28の、8の、31の 43？ 8でしょ？ 15、15、21でしょ？だから、例えばここが6とかだよね。そうなると。6の9の、6の9の8だから、間違うか。1、2、3、4だよね。難しい。難しいよ、これは。3の倍数で割れる？ 16 が割れない？ 10 が割れない？ 6？ これが例えば8とか？15、15の 21？ だから6だよね。ってなってくると、1、2、3、5もよくわからんしな。はあ。そう、 取っかかりすらもなくて困ってる。割と。本当だったらこういうのって取っかかりがあって、そこから、推論とかして、どういったことをやるのかってあるんだけど、開目見当がつかないね。15、15、21、24、21、6。39、39、55、55、21、31。いや、多分これ以上は何も書いてないと思いたいんだけどな。例えば表の畑が関係してるとか、そんなくだらない話はないと思うんだよな。さすがに。これは確かに今回のシリーズが、やたらちょっと、あれだなって言われる理由がちょっとわかるな。パズルが難しすぎる。普通にパズルがむずい。
A box. Let's.
What should we do?
A box. Let's see.
わからん。わからんな。15分まで考えよう。いや、難しい。はあ、どうしたもんかなって今思ってる。関係性を見つけようと思えばいくらでも見つかっちゃうんだけど、欠けてる数字を入れろってことなのかな。じゃあ、ここの欠けてる数字は 1？ 15、36、28、 ニトさんが2つある。まあまあ2つあるんだけど。抜けてる数字かそれとも、28、28、9、36、43? 15、15、21、6? 6だな。よいしょ。全然解けへんな。総当たりしてった方が早いんじゃないか説まであるぞ。そうね、3の法則性が全くないから判断ができないんですよ、私も。引くのかな ?15、6、10、8、15、12って引いたら0になるけどな。0つかマイナスになるけどな。ワンチャン、ノーチャンかな。だって 10×10×10×10 だよ、パターンとしてはこれ。だから、1万通り ?1、10、100、1000、万。そうね。10万じゃない、1万通りだ。1万通りをさすがにね、やるのはきついよ。またちょっと調べるか、しょうがない。全くわからん。なんか、海外の何かだったらもう対応できねえし。1の答えだけ確認したんだけど、1の答えは8らしいですね。なんで？ え？この数字で8になる条件ってなんだ？それが分かれば、1の条件で8になるやつか。どういうことだ？なんか、リスナーの方は解いてるけど、2たす3、3。いや、足し算でもいかねえな。1たす2たす2たす3たす3たす 5？ そういうことか。そういうことか。そっちのロジックか。いや、パッとは気づけないな。そっかそっか。でもまあ、そっか。1、2、3の序列の時の4飛ばしのパターンだったら確かにその論理だな。そっか。じゃあそう考えるんだったら、各パートごとに論理が違うっていう設定になってるっぽいから、縦読みのやつは合ってんじゃねえのか、これ。2番のやつ。2番ってさ、縦で足してったら99じゃん、どっちも。99で、最後が8でしょ？だから1とか、答えが。かなとは思ったけどね。だから、求められてる答えの位置が何なのかなんだよ。これが9になってないから9に足りてないやつは何なのかっつったら1だし、どれが仲間外れかっつったら答えが8のやつになるの。多分8か1のどっちかなんです、これ。どう転んでも多分。2の部分は。でも8、8って並ぶことないって考えると1なんかな。1な気がすんな。問題はこれだよね。全く関連性が見えない。強いて言うんだったら、大体が3の倍数。なんですよ、この数字全部。21、18、15、6、9、12って全部これ3の倍数なんですよ。だから、例えば、それ全部分解して、21、9、6、9っていうのは、3で、分解すれば、7、2、3になるはずなんですよね。7、2、3。で、18、10ってのは、10が割り切れないから、10そのままにして、6の0の、6の10にしといて、16、15、12だと、16が割れないから、16そのままにしといて、5の4とかね。ってなってきたときに、これ仮に足したらどうなる？ 6、9、25、6、16、7。変わんねえな。7、2、9の13だもんな。9、10、12は1、2だよね。足し算。21、18、16だったら、3、2の引き方？じゃあ、ポップステップで上がってってるって考えればいい？ 6、15って。 どのポップアップ、6、15だったら9だから、4、5で足して、0? かな。だよね。でもそういう考え方だよね、これね、多分ね。この序列の計算の仕方で考えるんだったら、今まで全部序列で来てるので、序列、1000番とかが序列の考え方だったんで、だとしたら、ここの考え方、3匹の2匹のでこの形になってて、下の方は1たす2たすの流れで来てるから、そしたらこれが階段になってるはずなので、なってくると、例えば4たすの5で15っていう流れ。だから4たすの5でここが10だからここが0っていう数値になるとかね。かなっていう感じ。で、最後なんだけど、同じ考え方じゃね？同じ考え方臭いな。2匹2匹、2匹2匹、4たし4たしなんだよ、これ。2匹2匹4たし4たしで、1たす1たすかな ?3？ ちゃうみたいですね。違うな。まあ、仮に今、1、2、3が全部合ってるパターンでやってはいるけど、縦割りで見る？縦割りで見たら意味わかんなくない？縦割りで見たら意味わかんないな。横だな、やっぱ。4、4、2、2、1、1、1？1 だったらさっき回してっから答えになるんちゃう？だよな。あれ待って、でも今、ダイヤル一周したからさ、これ、どれか間違ってるってことだよね。今、ダイヤル一周して、これが答えだってなってないから、多分どれか間違えてるね。ここの1、2、3のどれか。ね。8？ なんで8になったか知らんけど。これで一周回してみようか、そしたら。これで焼いちゃったら悲しいかな。まあ開かないわな。81が間違ってる？いやーでも、それ以外考えられねえしな。1たしの2たしでしょ？下、3の一番下から1たしの2たしでしょ？上が3匹の2匹でしょ？で、増えてんだよね、6から5って。4、5だよね。4足したら、10だもんね。0だよね。でも、それでこれ一周回してさっき、鍵開かなかったもんね。他が間違ってんのかな。わからん。わからんぞー。待って。3匹、2匹、 1引いて、3引いて、2引いて、1引いて、3引いて2だから4か、もしかして。で、これが似たような考え方かな。そしたら、2引いて、2引いて、2引いて、4足し4足し1か。これで一周したくないな。違う。ん？結局なんか15分までとか言いながらべらぼうに悩んでるっていうね。15、4、21だもんな。違うよな。24、22、21、24、2は1かなとは思ってんだけどね。2周回してみる？あ、いた。
Empty. But according to the label, this box contained a coat.
ちょっと待って待って待って待って。
It is a powerful weapon, Holmes. And judging by the receipt, it was new.
My dear Watson, in the garden and in this room, pieces are missing that should never have left their places. What do you think?
なんで3なの？ね、なんで3なの？なんで3だったんだろうな。なんで3なんだ？そっか。じゃあ素直でよかったんだ。そっか。そっか。じゃあ素直でよかったんだ。3番目の数字がクセモンだっただけだわ。うん。一番最初に答えてさ、4が3であるっていう主張でよかったんだ。18、6の、2引いて2引いて、3、7、10の4足し4足し、1、2、4つうのはどういうことかって言うと、1足し1足しだから空いてる数字は何ですかっていう説明だと思うので、ってなってくると入るのが3。かなっていう。なくなってるもの、シャベル、拳銃、バイオリンケース。
Quick, Watson, there's not a moment to lose. Go and thank that charming lady while I try to recapture our new friend.
Recapture? What makes you think that he has run away?
I believe that our man suffers from behavioral problems. You must have seen or heard about those poor fellows who spend their time counting the gravel stones in the garden, or moving objects from one place to another hundreds of times in one day. Well, the bishop's nephew suffers from a moderate form of this condition. Nothing would be more disturbing to him than to leave a personal space in such chaos, and yet this is what he has done with this room. For it to reach such a state of neglect can only indicate that he was in a most desperate situation.
And do you think that you can catch him?
Yes. The candle here is still warm, so he left only a few minutes before our arrival. But it is the missing violin case and the large pistol which concern me. We know that he is quick-tempered and volatile. It is never wise to leave a gun quite capable of killing a bull in the hands of someone like that.
Did he leave to go to the address which was written in the invisible ink, do you think?
Undoubtedly, Watson. And as for the missing spade, I can tell you that it will be used for digging. Are you ever going to stop delaying me with endless questions?
So, gentlemen, have you found anything?
We have learned enough to promise you that they will not return.
That makes me feel better. Thank you, gentlemen.
We are going to pay a visit to that mysterious address, Watson. But first, we must detour to Lambeth.
Lambeth? What are we going to do there?
Pick up an old friend. He will be a precious help in our locating Mr. Hampford.
Good. And who is this friend?
A friend who helped us in the case you so romantically titled The Sign of the Four.
疲れた。来たよ、ワンちゃん。
Here we are at the address that the nephew took such care to hide.
I wonder what it is that links this place with the bishop's murder.
The reason for the quarrel between the young man and his uncle is somewhere here in this industrial area, and that is what he has come to look for this evening.
It's an enormous area, and there are dozens of potential hiding places. How on earth are we going to find him?
The old dog Toby is the best sleuth hound in town. If the extraordinary Mr. Hampford is here, Toby will find him without any doubt.
But I've rarely
今日は
seen
この
such
ショ
an
ーが終
old
わるま
dog.
で行きたい
Do
ね。
you really trust his sense of smell, Holmes?
Absolutely. Besides, you are going to follow him. Take the bark and go around that disused factory. If the nephew wishes to run away, he can do so only through there. If you find him, hold on to him until I rejoin you.
Very well.
Get ready, Watson. Let the battle commence. Toby's sense of smell is legendary, but he needs to know what he is looking for. Search, Toby. Search. There's a good dog. Toby, you have found his trail. Toby, you have found his trail. Toby, you have found his trail. Our man came this way. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest. The lever is stuck. Closed. Our man came this way.
行き止まりだ。
Grease.
グリスを見つけたってことは、グリスを刺せばレバーが動くのかな。これワンちゃんが頑張って渡らないといけないやつかな。 着いた。よくワンちゃんが動かせるよな、こんなん。なんでワンコが動かせんだよ、これを。
Good dog, Toby.
グッドグじゃないよ。相当すごいわ。
He left by locked from the inside.
おあつらい向きの装置があるしさ。このワンちゃんの中身に人間でも入ってんじゃねえの
？Well done, Toby. You are a true detective. The door is locked, but we can force it. The door... The door is... The door is...
開けてくんないんだ。開けられそうな鍵に見えるけど。あ、ここの工
Some
具。
ice picks are missing. He used ice picks to climb through the window. The door is... He took the gaff here and cut a piece of fire hose.
Honと優秀この子。ここか？違うな。
Our man must be on the other side of the gate. It would be better not to go down there.
どんだけ優秀なんだ、この子。どんだけ優秀なんだよ。すげえな。それを渡ろうともうホームズもすごいけどさ。ワトソンよりも優秀な。そんなこと言っちゃダメよ。
Locked from the inside. Carriage tracks. Toby, don't jump. Let us find another way in. Toby, don't... Locked from the inside.
今そこまで離れなきゃいけなかったのか。勝手に動いてたけど。他の入り口ね。見てる限り2箇所しか入り口ないんですがね。どうすりゃいいんだ？船を使うとかそんな感じでもなさそうですよ。もうここダメなんでしょ？Toby?
Lock.
マフラー使えば降りられるとかないかな。そんなことねえよな。犬がそんな器用にマフラーをツタに縄にして降りるとかできないだろうしな。
Toby, don't jump. Let us find another way in.
アナザーウェイを探すんだったら一回戻るしかないか。戻ろ。小説用もこんな風になってんのかね。さすがに私知らんのだけど。帰りたい、帰りたい。来る、トロッコ邪魔して帰れない。こっち通れない。お？なんか変なところが反応してんな。おう、やるやん。
Search, Toby. Search. There's a good dog. Now I can go down. Aren't you too old for this, Toby?
トビーがいなくなってしまった。わーお。こんな、だって、普通溶鉱炉で煮えたぎってる上をこういった足場で歩くことってないでしょ。焼け死ぬぞ、普通。なんかいるね。ああ、あれが、おいのやつか。あら、こっからじゃ通れないか。
Safe here. Safe. Whew.
Don't be afraid.
But
keep
it's
calm.
you. Stay away.
I want to talk to you. Don't be hysterical. Drop your gun.
I don't trust you. You're out to get me. Don't come any closer.
The poor man. What a dreadful end.
He has definitely gone.
But why was he afraid of you? He was terrified when he saw you.
He must have mistaken me for someone else. Let's go. We have nothing more to do here.
We have been running around all night, Holmes, and I've had enough. And that poor young man. Let's find a police station and...
There's no question of calling the police, is that understood? Instead, let us see how we might continue our investigation.
Very well, Holmes. Holmes, it seems that everywhere we go, there is a catastrophe. And here we are at a standstill.
Let us return to Baker Street as quickly as possible.
ということで、ベーカー町に戻るわけだけど。
Oh, so all that for nothing. Oh, they didn't find anything. Sherlock Holmes isn't a nice man, is he? I don't think I like him now. Look what I found. Don't do that. We don't like him, but you shouldn't hit him like that. Give that back. It's only a doll. This is Sherlock Holmes's attic. All this must have belonged to him. I want to know what happens next. Keep reading.
3 trails and 2 dead ends. The poor nephew is dead, but Baines has the bishop's murderers. The only one left is the rat killer. Have you questioned him?
No.
May I ask when you're going to do it?
When I have found him.
What? You're not trying to tell me that he's escaped again?
Yes, but this time it's not your fault, nor mine for that matter.
You've been using me, Holmes. I unwittingly aided one of the most dangerous criminals in the kingdom to escape. So please tell me why.
An explanation would be futile. It would only lead to further pointless questions.
But do you have even the slightest notion as to where he might be hiding?
Forget Hans Schielmann for the moment, Watson. Just concentrate on the fact that the bishop is on the chessboard.
In any case, the news has spread like wildfire. Look at the headlines. All the papers are talking about it. And the Globe Explorer, their editors must be jumping for joy.
Let the dogs bark with the pack, Watson.
But how could Farley be so well informed? Look, he also mentions our visit to the opium den, and in great detail. How did he know?
Let me see. Contrary to what you might think, Watson, I do not consider that all of our trails have led to dead ends. We're simply missing a common denominator, something that links them together. And our journalist's mystery informer might just be that missing link.
Should we attempt to uncover his identity?
It is essential that we do so. Let us examine the map. We must talk to Mr. Farley.
ジョン・ワトソン博士だった。確かに妙だな。ここまで詳細に。
Find Farley's office on the map.
じゃあ、ファーリーの事務所行ってみましょうか。
Here we are at Farley's office. One cannot say that ethics play a very large role in his life. Look at the headlines pinned to the walls, like trophies of bad taste. Perhaps we will finally begin to understand the reasons for his persistence in tarnishing your reputation.
Perhaps.
Coffee. It's still hot. A press card. Osmond Farley. It's his overcoat.
Cigarettes. An ordinary, inexpensive brand. This door is locked. Is Farley afraid of being interrupted suddenly?
I must go out for a while, Miss Jean. I won't be long. Ask my appointments to wait, and send this message as a matter of urgency.
Mr. Osmond Farley, I presume.
Messrs. Holmes and Watson. What a surprise.
What is there so surprising about being visited by the targets of your slander?
I never slander. I inform.
You will have to accept the consequences of these articles, Mr. Farley.
Those words sound like a threat, Mr. Holmes.
I never threaten. I merely warn.
You don't frighten me, Mr. Holmes. I know all of your little secrets. And soon all of London will find out what really hides behind the facade of the impeccable detective. Thanks to my work, the whole world will discover the true Sherlock Holmes. Gentlemen, I don't wish you a good day.
ああ、死ぬな、こいつ。
Even to the point of refusing to shake our hands.
Which means that we can avoid having to wash them. Did you notice the crumbs on his jacket? He had just finished eating and his hands will be covered in grease, the same as his mouth.
Slovenly habits. That's quite disgusting, Holmes.
Do not be deceived, Watson. The workmanship in those tailor-made clothes indicate that he is a man who takes pride in his appearance. If Farley has left without brushing off his jacket or washing his hands, then it is because he spotted our approach and wished to avoid us at all costs.
But why?
We will find out by searching his office.
The secretary will stop you. Please reassure me, Holmes, you don't intend upon knocking her out?
Only if we exhaust every other viable alternative.
ちょっと待ってね。よいしょ。よいしょ。はーい。じゃあ、続きやっていこうかね。
The secretary is occupied in sending a telegram via their electric telegraph. Farley asked that she should do so before he left.
We must find a way of interrupting the transmission, which will oblige her to go to the telegraph office in Kensington. It will take her some time to get there, and if we add on the time it takes to send the telegram and then return here, we should have ample time to search the office without being disturbed.
I suppose it's unnecessary to point out the illegality of this search?
I'm afraid so.
ホームズらしいね。
I cannot leave now. Closed. I need a tool to remove the lid. I need a tool.
蓋を開ける道具ね。
This hanger has a large iron hook.
よし、これで開けてもらおう。
I can hear an electrical humming. The secretary is using the electricity supplied by this switch. Let us see if I can cause a short circuit.
こんな電気あるかいな。こういうことでしょ。
There we are. It is simplicity itself.
Oh, that's just too bad.
Get out quickly, Watson. I'm going to hide here. The way is clear. Let's go, Watson. The secretary has just changed the typewriter ribbon. There are smudges of dark blue ink. Here is Farley's secretary's telegram. Nothing special here. The ribbon is missing from this machine. The ribbon... A makeup case with a good brush. A page of this notebook has been torn out. We can only see the title in shorthand and today's date. It's a message that the secretary must send urgently. I'm going to recopy it.
You can read shorthand? You never cease to amaze me. Were you a secretary before becoming the great Sher?
Perhaps. But no, a man must have his secrets. I must look more at... I can make out the marks, but I need something to bring them to light. I must look. Someone has written some...
なんか鉛筆がいるな。
You can read...
Perhaps.
なんか燃えてんな。
This paper only just escaped the flames.
But who is this note about? And who wrote it?
I will deal with it later. This cabinet has a lot of drawers, each marked with a letter. There is surely a great deal of information in them.
But we can't open all of them. We must know what we are looking for.
A bunch of keys, a telephone, a technological marvel. A number was written next to it quite recently. A fine, educated hand.
Holmes, this number seems very familiar.
Yes, but let us dial it to be sure.
今かけるんだ。
Judging from all the notes on the board, our reporter is an assiduous and organized worker. A photograph of Prince Woodville. Farley is evidently also interested in this affair.
ああ、これめちゃくちゃなスペルになってるんだね。
Here's what is strange. An attack of collective insanity. A horrible story, and rather a strange one. left his sandwich unfinished. Someone closed the curtain as though he wanted to maintain his privacy. This armchair is out of place. This ashtray is worth examining. This ash comes from an ordinary, well-known brand of cigarettes. It is still warm.
And it is not even finished. What a waste.
The cigar end is still hot. Farley was not alone when we arrived at his secretary's office.
You are thinking of the owner of the cigar.
Yes, the reporter smokes ordinary cigarettes. Can you smell the subtle scent of gingerbread? That is the characteristic odor of a Habano Clarissimo. Our mysterious visitor is a rich man, Watson. This category of Havanas is exorbitant, and I cannot imagine a cigar lover crushing out such a marvelous smoke before finishing it. Since we saw no one leaving the building, that must point to a secret exit somewhere.
How are we going to find it?
By retracing Farley's steps from the moment before we arrived. Look, this room is teeming with clues.
Hmm. まだ調べきってない場所があるから、あれだね。
The key is still in the lock. This book has fallen down from the shelf.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. My word, it's my stories about your investigations.
A real investigative reporter must have read them, my dear Watson. A real... My adventures have fallen from this shelf.
I understand what you want to do. It's an old trick.
I can see what has been written. Please write it down.
Very well, Holmes. We must finish our deduction board, Holmes.
じゃあ電話かけてみるか。
Miss, get me 1313, please. It is Scotland Yard, of course. I'm beginning to understand.
Lucky you.
スコットランドヤードな
I
んだ。
wonder which drawer the secretary was interested in.
DF だね。
The DF drawer, of course. The one in the message that we deciphered from the secretary's desk blotter. Closed.
クローズドなんだ。まあ、鍵があるんでね。
I can't. The DF...
おっと、開いた。
I can't do that. I can't. No. No, it is unnecessary. No. 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 I can't. No. No. I can't. No. I can't. No. There are a lot of cards. How to find the right one? There are a lot of cards. How to find the right one?
正確なものをどうやって見つけるか
There are a lot of cards. How to find the right one? No, it is unnecessary. I can't do that. No, it is unnecessary. There are a lot of cards. These blue stains come from an old typewriter ribbon. This card has been removed
ああ、な
recently.
るほどね。うん。ほー、なるほど。
This card has got grease marks on it. The reporter made them. Apparently, he's making inquiries about Prince Woodville, too.
But where do you come into all this? Look, if we pull the curtain a little, we can see out into the street.
Someone closed the curtain.
じゃあ推理ボード行ってみようか。足りねえな。
Our man left.
足りねえ気がすんの気のせいかな。
Coffee.
I cannot leave.
まあそりゃそうだな。あれ揃ってんのかな。揃ってるっぽいな。ってなってくるとこれ推理の順番が違う。いやこれだと思うんだけどな。
This armchair is out of place.
なんか足りんな。
Someone closed. Someone called Scotland Yard not long ago. Our man.
ホームズを見つけた。 なんか、もう一個開ける場所ないのかな。なんか圧倒的に足りてないような気がする。なぜだなぜだわからん。なぜだ何が足りてない？これとこれは合ってるってことでしょ？わからん。なんでだ？
We must fit.
Our man. This book is a real. This arm. Someone called. Someone closed the curtain. Someone. This our man.
あれおかしいな。他なんか調べ残してるとこないよな。だとしたら普通に考えたら、繋がるはずなんだからな。
The ribbon is the secretary has just. Here is Farley.
こういう時こそこの視点になってみる。この視点になると何かが見つかるかもしれない。もう普通に考えたらもう戻ってきてるタイミングだよな。
We must.
Someone closed the. Someone. Someone.
じゃあ推理完成するってことか。だって完成する気配なさそうだったけど。だってもうこれと5、4。だって、ほぼなんか確定してるし。全然話が繋がんなくてって感じです。はい。いや、多分1なんですよ。2がないんだよな。円が表示されてないんだよね。あ、これか。 こうか？いや。見たか？他なんか押し忘れてるとかないよな。ないな。こうじゃないのか。5、6は確定してるんでね。いや、扉の下の方に誰かの影を見たじゃないと思うんだよな。多分閉まってること確認したかったがあったと思うんだよな。ああ、記者は鍵を刺したまま外に出たら3が確定なのね。はい。あ、2が確定か。あ、そうだよね。1、2は合ってるよな。で、これ 3？ 違うか。じゃあ、3がこうで、これが4か、やっぱり。
Farley consulted a card while he ate, which was given to him by his secretary just before she changed the ribbon on her typewriter. The reporter's greasy fingerprints are all over the card. When he went to file it away, he glanced automatically out of the window and saw us in the street.
He closed the filing cabinet and rushed to lock his office door. In his haste, he pushed his chair aside, but didn't think to return it to its place.
Precisely. He then hurried to tell his visitor of our arrival and showed him the way out. He then threw a piece of paper into the fireplace.
But we still don't know how the cigar-smoking visitor departed.
The answer lies in the direction the reporter took, Watson. At a certain moment, he would have been in a place where he had no logical reason to be. Look at our deduction board, and then let us go to the place where the reporter should not be.
うん。それは、
Perfect.
本だね。そう。
Yes, Watson. In his haste, Farley dropped this book, taking it from the shelf.
Let's search this place.
There's a control box built into the filing cabinet. This box must open the secret door.
We don't know the combination, Holmes.
The answer is perhaps within the question, my dear fellow. There's a control box. There's a control.
We don't know the combination, Holmes.
The answer is perhaps within the question, my dear fellow.
Oh.
That's not right.
間違えちゃった。何がヒントだ？番号がわからないよ。その質問が？
There's a control.
We don't know the combination, Holmes.
The answer is perhaps within the question, my dear fellow.
コンビネーションがわからないよ。
This. There's a control box built in.
We don't.
The answer is back. There's the answer. The answer. This book has fallen down from the shelf.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
A real investigative report.
また難しいパスワードが出てきちゃったね。なんだろう。なんか、パスワードがあれば、プレイヤーは喜ぶだろうとか安易に思ってんのかな、このゲーム。
You can read short.
日本語訳されて答えが解けなくなるとかはないと信じたいんだがな。気になるのは、この証明書あたりかな。
There's a control box.
We don't know the combination, Holmes.
The answer is perhaps within the question, my dear fellow.
この46、この、プラス6ってのはなんか関係あるのかしら。 なんかそれ以外のところになんかそういうのがついてるっていう要素もなさそうだしな。いやー、わからんな。後ろ3桁しか動かさなくていいんでしょ？前が刀ってて、4D10、6？ 1、2、3、4、1、2、3、4、5、6。1、2、3、4、5、6。
That's not right.
違うよな。ああ、日付ね。それは確かにそうかもな。4D ってことは4日か。なんか4日になんかあったっけ？ブロンいるんだよな、ここに、すでに。
There's a control box.
We don't know the combination, Holmes.
The answer is perhaps within the question, my dear fellow.
答えは質問の中に隠されてると思う。
There's a control box built in.
この後に英語だったらわかるってやつが隠れてたらおしまいだな。DF。
There's a control.
We don't know
the answer. That's not right. There's a control.
We don't know the combination, Holmes.
The answer is perhaps within the question, my dear fellow.
ああ、違うな。1、2、3、4、5、6。1、2、3、4、5、6。これだけ。
There we are.
開いた。
It is simplicity itself. Let us go and look at this secret exit, Watson.
プラス6をそのままやればよかっただけだった。すげえ単純だった。
Chance has smiled upon us, Watson. This hat was almost certainly abandoned by our mysterious visitor. Imagine the scene. In his hurry, the cigar man drops his top hat. The door closes. The hat is caught beneath it. Fearing above all that he should be discovered, he does not attempt to retrieve it, instead preferring to flee.
Who would take such action to avoid meeting us?
I cannot tell as yet, but it is certain that he carries the advantage of knowing us. We must discover his identity in order to redress the balance, and this hat will help us. Let us return to Baker Street.
Baker Street に戻ろうって言われてるから戻ります。
Let's hope that an examination of this top hat will reveal to us the identity of its owner.
It will, you can be sure of that.
For once, I must insist that you allow me to work alone, Holmes.
As you wish. Take your time. I will examine this hat at my work table. I will examine this... This hat is of an exceptional quality. The man who owned it is wealthy. His hair is graying, and judging by the odor, he puts camphor on it. He is probably in his early 50s. This hat was made to measure by a well-known hatter located near the Old Bailey. Heat marks and a strong smell of tobacco. A cigar smoker, which confirms that this hat belongs to the reporter's visitor. Slight scratch marks. Slight scratch marks. The man wears glasses, and whenever he puts them on, he grazes the sides of his hat. This would suggest that he is educated and long-sighted rather than short-sighted.
なるほどね。
Someone has changed the ribbon for another, more modern one, which shows a certain taste for current fashions. Not a mistress, but someone who pays attention to details. This man is married. I now have an excellent description of the man that I am looking for. The journalist's mysterious visitor is in a profession highly placed on the social scale. He is rich and married. He must have called Scotland Yard in Farley's presence. He frequents the law courts, from which he makes his purchases. This man is a judge. Let us look through my files to see if I can identify this judge. I have a memoir on the most influential... I have found my file. I must place it on my work table.
全員同じやないかーいか。
That's not right. Start again.
ああ、そういうこと、この中でそれ合ってるやつ選べってこと？はいはいはいはい。ああ、なるほどね。写真から見てってことね。全員書いてあるやないかいで突っ込んだけど、そうじゃないのね。はいはいはいはい。全員結婚してるやんけ。まあでも帽子吸ってて、葉巻を吸ってるかどうかは、これだけじゃわからんな。メガネかけている。結婚している灰色髪がかった髪。この人メガネをしていないか。 メガネしている。葉巻を吸う。これちゃんとカーソル合わせないと出てこないってクソ笑えるな。ほら、写真上ではさ、葉巻持ってないのに持ってんのよ、ほら。葉巻吸う。メガネはかけてない。この人ってよく見たらメガネかけてねえもんな、写真の方。近づいたら、ああ、わかるわ、とか、そんな感じのレベルだもんな。
That's not right. Start again.
ちょっとこれむずいなぁ。
That's not right. This hat was someone. Right. It is him, Judge Beckett.
Have you discovered the top hat's secrets, Holmes?
Watson, this hat belongs to Sir Coots Beckett, a judge of the court at the Palace of Justice in London.
A judge? Wait, did you say Sir Beckett? That name rings a bell. Yes, that's it. What an extraordinary coincidence. Holmes, I was reading something about him in the Globe Explorer only this morning.
Decidedly, this Beckett seems to have solid ties with the gutter press.
I bought it from a rascal who ran off without giving me my change. I'm sure that I've seen him before, and...
Spare me the details, Watson. Show me the article. So, Lady Beckett is on holiday in Portsmouth. That means her husband is at home alone. Good. We shall pay a courtesy call, Watson. With a little luck, we shall leave with a few habanos clarissimo.
That you should interest a judge of the High Court isn't surprising. You have solved so many criminal affairs that there are 1,000 reasons why a magistrate should be interested in you. But why should this one feel the need to act in shadows?
It's true that it's surprising. Perhaps he simply wishes to avoid being seen in the company of this Farley fellow.
Mr. Kirby, our local postman, owes me a favor. He'll give me Beckett's address. At this hour, he should still be at the post office. I'll go there, Holmes.
Good, Watson, but be quick about it. While you're gone, I'll make preparations for our visit.
Sir Courts Beckett, I've got the address. We can go round after a nice cup of tea.
Don't get too comfortable, Watson. We're leaving immediately.
お茶飲みたかったのにみたいな顔してたね。
This is the front of Judge Beckett's property. It's enormous. It looks very luxurious, Holmes. This man has conducted his career brilliantly. Who says that crime doesn't pay? It all depends upon for whom.
You never said a truer word, Watson. Now, let's try to find a way in.
What's that package you are carrying, Holmes? You haven't said a word about it all the way here.
Cakes for my old aunt.
Your old aunt? Stop pulling my leg, Holmes.
If you want a sensible answer, then you should ask a sensible question.
Very well. I'm going to ring the doorbell. That should be an appropriate task for someone like me.
No, leave it. I'll do it.
それすらも取られてしまう。
Ring the doorbell then, Holmes.
じゃあ、呼び鈴に鳴らせよっていじけしちゃってるよ。
Ring the door.
Closed.
No reply. The house seems empty. Shall we wait, Holmes?
No. We shall enter discreetly. The judge's absence is a blessing. It means that we can investigate without being disturbed.
You're thinking of breaking into the judge's house? Have you gone mad, Holmes?
Don't worry. I shall be careful to remove any traces of our visit.
Listen to yourself, Holmes. You're talking like a common criminal.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. How nice to see you again. Do you remember me?
Of course, Miss Lucy. How could anyone forget so pretty a smile? You are looking lovely.
Watson, we have things to do.
Holmes, you remember Lucy? We met her during our last investigation in Whitechapel, on the trail of Jack the Ripper.
I remember only the essential details of the case.
This brief meeting has been very pleasant, but sadly, I must leave you, my dear Lucy.
I'll see you soon, Doctor.
Closed. Closed.
これも多分前作とかの登場人物でしょうね。
Another bank that has gone bankrupt.
If this carries on, the whole country will be ruined.
Closed. Impossible to get through there. Closed.
「不用心だな、開いてて。
This lock should be easy to pick. Let's see. I need a supple pin, Watson. Can you find me one?
Very well, Holmes.
Me- めっちゃ泣いてる。この家財道具一式から見るに出ていかないといけなくなっちゃったのかな。
Ah, Lucy, you have no idea how heart-lifting it is to meet you here like this, particularly at this time. Tell me what you've been doing. You've become a florist.
Oh, yes, Doctor. I am a florist. And I'm married now with beautiful little twin girls.
Congratulations, Lucy.
Enough about me. Can I help you with something? A pretty bouquet, perhaps?
Not at the moment, Lucy. I really need a supple metal stem. A plant prop should do.
Oh, I see. Is it to open a door or a window?
Aha, Lucy, you are a surprising lady. Let's just say that the lock on the door to my flat gets stuck, and I should like to get in through the window.
In that case, a prop wouldn't work. Better to use a hair grip. It's the ideal tool for an honest man who wants to get into his house without going in through the door.
You are wonderful, Lucy.
Goodbye, Doctor.
できた人だな。
Here you are, Holmes.
Perfect. This lock should be easy to pick. Let's see. Good, we can pass. Here's the kitchen. There's enough room to feed a dozen people in here.
Yes, according to the newspaper, the judge's wife also feeds her pupils, in addition to teaching them.
Cooking oil.
What should we do now? This classroom is magnificent. These children are very lucky.
This is a photo of the judge and his wife. This photograph was taken on Judge Beckett's wedding day. The most romantic evening of my life, in the heat of Bombay. Big Ben. The judge got married in London, and early in the morning, as it is just 10 a.m. There is...
飛ばしちゃって全然わからんわ。
The most romantic evening of my life, in the heat of Bombay. The clock points to 6 p.m. Interesting. Perfect.
うん。どっちからだろうなと思ったけど。日本が映ってるけど日本は関係ないみたいだ。うん。
There we are. It is simplicity itself. A key.
広いものはもらいもの。 うん。うん。
This woman is admirable. As she was unable to have children of her own, she decided to care for hundreds of others.
This screw is stuck. It is preventing the picture from turning.
The blackboard shows the last lesson given to the children, ancient Greek.
This screw is...
The door handle has been removed. The door...
Hmm. 利用可能な軸をすべて使い、次の論理に沿った順番をローマ数字で探し出します。どの数字も10以下であり、それぞれの合計は前の合計よりも上にならなければならない。数字 X は一度だけ使うことができるよ。あ、これじゃダメだな。これじゃダメだ。7をいきなり作っちゃダメだ。4、5。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9ってどう書いたっけ？ああ、そう書くのか。9引く。果たしてこれで合ってんのかどうか非常に悩ましいんだけどね。1本余っちゃったよ。これどうだ？ダメだね。適当にやられすぎた。6でしょ ?7 でしょで、これが、1点じゃないのこれ。これ9だよな。で、これ7だよな。6だよ、9だよな。10から7引いて1点じゃん。判定が甘くない？言ってると思うんだけど言ってないの？ 10 でしょ ?10 引く7、10引く3だから7。これが6たす3だから9でしょ？順番通り、6たす3たす3で6でしょ？ 5、6、7、5、6、7、9になってるはずなんだけどな。10以下だから10含まれてもおかしくないよね。まあ別に9引く2で7でもいいんだけど。何年これ。なんか間違ってるかな？なんか、パズルの発想はいいんだけど、どの数字が正解の配置になるかわからんからこれ困るなぁ。5でしょ ?6 でしょ ?9 から2引いたら7でしょ ?6 たす3で10、9でしょ？前の合計よりも上にならなくてはいけません。どの数字も10以下であり、これだとあれ？もしかして答えが X で、 なっちゃってからダメってこと？これから合ってると思うんだけどな。なんか推理ゲームというよりかはパズルゲームだな、本当に。うん。いや、それは違うと思います。ただ単に順番な気がします。前の合計よりも上にならなきゃいけませんっていう前を表すのがあくまでもこれだと思いますね。棒の数を使えだったら全部使えっていうところの前提から外れるので。そもそもこの棒の数って1、2、3、4、1、2、3、1、2、いっぱいあるでしょ ?1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13本もあるんで。うん。もともとそういう前提になってますよ。だから、この上の棒の数ではなく、純粋に計算式で叩き出さないといけない。わからん。さっきので合ってると思うんだが。わかった。じゃあ、答えが X 使っちゃいけないっていう発想でいってみようか。じゃあ、9は1回しか作れないって発想でいこうか。じゃあ、8？ ここを8にするには5しかないな。半端なんだよな。なんか、すげえ半端いろいろと。8。8、9、8、9だから2？はーい。まあね、ぜひシェアしてってね、自分の推しのところに貢いであげてください。はい。5、8の、上です。それぞれの合計は前の合計よりも上にならなくてはいけませんっていうのが前提です。逆。まあそうそう。1の、基本的に、そう。まあ次の和が大きくならないといけないって感じですね。1、2、3、4で。逆からやってるけど。9、7、5、8、9、7、5、8の、次6にしないといけないから3本か。1本余ったな。これでもよくない？ダメか。9で6になっちゃうから、ここだったらこれ崩さないといけなくなるもんね。うん。こうなっちゃうか。7、8、 8ダメか。ってなってくると、やっぱ答え9にして、答えを9にして、答え9にして、ここを6にして、わからんから一回飛ばそう。後で来るんだし。
This plan is useless. This overall belongs to the young James. Sweet papers fallen from a pupil's overall pocket. This plan is useless. A book about student organizations in the United States of America.
つうか、ローマ字数字の問題出すんだったらどっかにローマ字数字のやつ貼っとけよ。どこにも貼ってねえじゃねえかよ。
This plan is useless.
ほんまか
There are naughty children in every school, from what I can see.
There is no point in visiting the upper floors. We know from the newspapers that this building is deserted, so there is no risk of anyone coming down and surprising us.
よくそんなのも知ってんだ。
This room is undoubtedly the judge's office. It is double locked.
It would be better not to force this door, nor break a window. Judge Beckett could return at any moment.
You're right, but he surely must have left a spare. With somebody he trusts, of course.
別のとこ探索してやると思ったけど、あっちゅう間に、あれになっちゃいましたね。これソロ版ですね。
This screw. This screw. There's something written behind this board. We should be able to turn it, but it's jammed. This screw is stuck.
ああ、解かないといけないやつですね、これ。どう転んでも。はあ、しょうがねえな、もう。 ヘッドセットの電池がなくなった。まあ、それ8時間も配信したらそうなるか。6たす3で9でしょ。次が8にする ?8 にするんだったら、やっぱ X の、わからんのよな、この配置がこれで合ってんのかどうか。X の、これで9だから、9のマイナス2。7。で、6、5。で、これで動かないんだったら知らねえよって感じになるんですよね。今、ローマ数字をもう一回確かめてます。まあ、ひとまず霧のいいとこまでやりたいですね。表示の仕方は間違ってねえな、やっぱり。この数字 X は一度だけ使うことができますの一度っていうのがどっちのことを指してるのかがわからないんだよな。全部のこと指してるって考えていいのかなってなってくると9はダメだよな。まあ、このパターンで動かないってことは9がダメっていうパターンで考えるべきだから、ってなってくると、これを5にして、何しろ浮いてる数字の位置が悪い？わからん、マジで。そういうわけじゃなさそうだな。そうね、じゃあ5にして、ここ5にしたから8、ここ7にしないといけないので、7になるように変えて、 ぱ余るんだよな。ダメだ。いや、数字 X ってのは多分9も含まれると思うんだよな。今答えを見てます。なんか、制作者の意図する答えじゃないと許してくれなさそうだったので、もう答え見てます。これはそうです。別に私が最初に提示したやつだって、条件に合ってると思うんだけどね。
This screw is
オール受け。なんでオール受けがここにあるんだ。
This plan is useless.
ほんまか？なんか調べつぶれてる、ここ。
There's something interesting here.
お？
An oar lock. This isn't the place for it.
オール受けが2個。オール受けが2個の油を刺して回す気だな、これ。
This screw. Greek letters. Copy them down, dear fellow.
Very well, Holmes.
アルファ、ベータ、ガンマ、デルタ、エプス。デルタぐらいまでしか知らねえな、俺。
This plan.
What should we do next, Holmes?
考えてみれば鍵持ってんだから、この鍵で開くんじゃねえの？開いたわ。
We are in the judge's private office, Holmes. What are you going to do? Turn everything upside down?
That is a distinct possibility. I will not leave until I have found what I am looking for. A Habano Clarissimo cigar.
Don't forget your cakes when we leave, Holmes.
Of course, Watson.
若干この嫌味を言う感じのワトソンが好きなんですよね。
Must be a souvenir. The young Beckett and his friends, rowing. Beckett, honorary member. This must be the symbol of an organization to which the judge belongs. Look at this symbol. It must surely be very important to Judge Beckett. The judge used to row. A souvenir from the University of New York. That's the university where Judge Beckett studied. Blind justice. From whence his ignorance? Amusing. This door is very solid, and there's no lock.
The best thing to do is to carry on exploring this place.
なんか誤字がある。個人的にはね、個人的にはだよ。シアピコモリアティで、ワトソンやったときは、このワトソンがやりたかった。このワト、まあ、ある意味そういうワトソンだったかもしんないんだけど、このワトソンが私はやりたかったなぁとはちょっと思ってました。はい。でも、まあ、あれはあれで美味しかったなと思ってるんでいいんですけど。
I can make out a mechanism at the bottom of each of these holes. I can make out a mechanism at the bottom of each of these. I can make out a mechanism at the bottom of each of these holes.
まあ入れてみたけど。どの結社のサインなのか？どうせカーソル合わせないと見えないやつでしょ？知ってる。こっち見んな。合成写真くせえな。ユニバーシティ・オブ・ニューヨーク、ニューヨークシティのユニバーシティ。
The list of symbols of the American universities.
一応、ニューヨーク大学のシンボルはこれだね。ああ、それで書けってこと？まあまあ。
A Greek letter. A Greek letter. I am missing some information. The list of...
何か情報が足りてない？
A Habano Clodid... Nothing of interest.
「いつもしかめっ面が映らない」って、多分ね、YouTube の方で弾かれちゃってんのかもしんない。いつも雑談の時とかは気づいたらね、上げてるんだけど、ごめん、ちょっとゲーム実況やってる時は、YouTube のコメン トの方ね、いじることがね、あんまできないんだよね。それやっちゃうとゲームが最小化されちゃうから、できないんですよ。
We are making headway. How do we know what this means?
なんか拾ったな。キャットでも評判良かった。
This
私、
gentleman certainly likes oars, to the point of exhibiting them in his office.
This note must surely be very important to Judge Beckett. This note must surely be very important to Judge Beckett.
3.14 円周率ってか？
I am missing some information. The list of symbols of the American universities. A Greek.
まだ情報が若干足りてない気がするな。
This plan is useless.
いや、難しいですね。
There is no.
ここの戸棚まだ調べきれてないか。
It's a sweet box, probably for rewarding good pupils.
One of the Greek books is open. Perhaps the subject of the last lesson. Everything points to someone who does not wish us to open this cabinet, which is a good enough reason for opening it. Well, the young James has stolen the handle to the sweet cupboard so that he can pilfer it whenever he likes. If we find his desk, we will find the handle.
OK。それでここが生きてくんだね。ジェームス君の机は
It's a plan of the classroom.
Thanks to this plan, we will know which desk belongs to James. ルイスの視力は抜群です。空に飛行船が飛んでいるのは彼がに見えた時に驚きました。空中での制服について学ぶ機会を与えてくれました。怖えな。お人形みたいにとても可愛い。豊かな教養がある。幸せな人生を歩むべき。へえ。オフィーリアの左に座ってもらいましょう。肝心のジェームス君は植物の背やタリア。アリッサとタリアは仲良し。じゃあここ。列のリーダー、窓際ロイド。私の机と黒板の真ん中です。彼女の虜になってしまったよね。列のリーダー、台所側。彼の隣は
空席。サイモンはジェームスと隣同士。黒板装置ファーカス。ピアノが良い結果？可能な限り各子供の身体的と知的な能力に応じた仕事をそれぞれ分け与えるようにします。列のリーダーには旗。その子に応じた仕事は絵で書かれています。一緒に行う実用的な、課題の場合、子供たちは机4つに集めてあります。列のリーダーってそういうことかい？列のリーダー台所側、列のリーダー窓際。これ黒板掃除だよな、多分。年長さんの本管理ってこういうことでしょ？ルイーザ。ローズがこれ、ルイーザがこれか。なると。ピアノってどのあたりにあったっけ？この教室にピアノ存在しなくねえか。
It's a plan of the classroom.
Thanks to this.
オフィーリアのそば。オフィーリアの左に座ってもらうってことは、こういうことか。で、肝心のサイモンは席左側にしてあげないといけないんだったらここしか座る場所ねえな。あ、ピアスか。ピアノじゃなくてピアスか。ピアスはどこに座る子なの？ こうだね。合ってるって出たわ。で、あとエルマを持ってくればいいんだな。エディだ、これ。エルマじゃねえや。ああ、こうなったね。オッケーオッケー。彼と近いエディの席を変えましょう。これ逆だな。こうだな。ファーガスの後ろ。アナスタシアがクラスに参加してから、こういうことかな。こうか。で、こうで、こう。よし。で、ジェームスの席が一番上がった。
Let's open James's desk.
Perfect.
The door handle has been removed. It's a sweet box, probably for rewarding good pupils.
.これで資料揃ったかな。お、いいね。
The list of symbols of the American universities.
ニューヨークだったら、この3つのどれか、青、緑枠、赤枠、青枠、青枠 NFA、緑枠 N、なんとか赤枠 N。頭が N なのは確定か、そうなると。
The list of symbols of the
そうだよね。そうだね。どのやつも N が頭についてるからそうだね。うん。あとが結構バラバラなんだよな。
A Greek letter.
で、普通だったら NWY だけどね。
This note must surely be very important to Judge Beckett.
3.14。
A Greek. The list of symbols of
どれだろうな。ABCD。あ、わからん。
Surely be very important to Judge Beckett.
総あたりでいけば当たるのではないか説。パイあるのかなね。それ気になるよね。パイ関係あるのかなとか思うよね。一応これがパイの記号になるけどね、P。だからパイ記号が含まれてるやつは、この ZN ってことになるから、単純に考えればこれになるのかな。当たったわ。
I can make out a mechanism at the bottom of each of these holes. I can make out... These oars can turn. Watson, this really is the most ingenious system. It controls the opening mechanism.
Very ingenious. But do we need to enter? Judge Beckett is very rich, and the room perhaps only holds valuable objects which he wishes to protect from thieves.
Doors are made to be opened, my dear fellow.
ドアは開けるためにあるんだよ。名言か？ああ、違うか、こうか。開いたわ。
Well done, Holmes.
しでかしたなの間違いじゃなくて。
Incredible. Masses and masses of files. Holmes, these files, these cards, these reports, they're all about you.
So it would seem.
Your whole career is mapped out here, investigation by investigation. Look, a detailed report about your work in Whitechapel during the Ripper affair. And there, your relationship with a certain A. Lupin. And here, the details of your methods and transcriptions of your conversations with the greatest violent criminals. My God, look at the titles of the files. Fraud, deception, corruption, forgery. Murder! What does it all mean?
Quiet. Let me concentrate.
Concentrate? This judge has the reputation of being the most honest in the kingdom, and he has built an overwhelming pile of documents as high as Big Ben about you, and you talk of concentration? To open his chest to what end?
Quiet.
Holmes, answer me. What is the real reason for our being here? Did you know what we were going to find before we came here?
Evidently.
So that is the real reason behind this break-in. You're only interested in the contents of the chest. All the rest of it was nothing more than lies and manipulation.
The most important is the one in the chest, Watson.
ボールを色ごとに分けます。一つの枠に一つの色が入ります。 片方に赤色、片方に青色っていう感じでやっていかないといけない感じだね、これは。で、入れ込んだら回すみたいな感じみたいだね。ああ、これ結構時間かかるな。よし、これであと赤と緑だけだね。うん、うまくいった。これを、こういうのがまだ得意っす。こういうのが得意です、まだ。はい。
Show me the file, Holmes.
It is unnecessary, Watson.
It's a file about you, isn't it? Is it so compromising that you don't dare show it to me? You came here to steal the research about you carried out by Judge Beckett, Holmes. It was the only thing that interested you.
We'll see about that later. We must put everything back in its place. No one must know that we've been here. Help me. Go and put the paddles back into their original position, and I'll deal with the rest.
But that's the plan of my flat. I mean, our flat.
何、変態じゃん。ガチモンのストーカーじゃないですか、この人。改めて見て思ったけど。何部屋の間取りまで理解してんの？やばない？
Quick, Watson, we must get out of this house. Immediately.
What? But...
Be quick, man, it's urgent.
Because of you, we have to flee like common criminals, which it seems we have now become. I only hope that the game is worth the risk. Show me the file right now.
Let's find a cab as quickly as possible. We can't stay here.
Why are you in such a hurry? You... Wait! Look over there. Judge Beckett. Yes, it's him. Let's go and talk to him.
It's too late.
Do as you wish, Holmes, but I need to hear an explanation about what was in that armored room. I'm going.
No, stay here. That's an order.
Your giving orders changes nothing. I'm going to talk to Judge Beckett, and you will not stop me.
Watson! Watson! Are you all right?
My God. What happened?
Lucy. Oh, Lucy, poor girl. I must do something. Holmes, I need your help here.
Forgive me, Watson, but I'm afraid that I must leave now.
Leave? What the devil do you mean? Holmes, come back here! Holmes! Holmes, are you here? Show yourself. No one. Perhaps it is just as well. I don't know what my reaction to him would have been. How dreadful. That poor Miss Lucy hanging between life and death. Luckily, I was able to place her in good hands. But how the devil did Holmes know that a bomb was about to go off? And what's more, he seems to have taken advantage of the tragedy. No more Judge Beckett. No more compromising documents. No more proof. There is nothing at all.
ここまで来ましたね。ここまで来たって全然知らないんですけど、この後。今日はここまでにしようかな。疲れた。すげえ。すげえ疲れました。明日がマーダーミステリーあるんで、マーダーミステリーまで、続きをやろうかなって思います。はい。なので今日はこの辺りで終了しようかなと思います。保存しよう。めっちゃ保存されてる。はい、といったところでですね。The Testament of Sherlock Holmes いかがだったでしょうか。明日の13時から続きをやっていこうと思いますので、また、もしお暇でしたら見に来ていただければ幸いです。明日はですね、それと合わせてマーダーミステリーがありますので、私の視点配信も、撮る予定です。撮る予定なので、そちらもね、楽しみにしといていただければなと思います。では、今日はちょっとこの辺りでね、失礼させていただければと思います。オリガちゃん固まっとるやんけ。はーい。じゃあね。お疲れ様でした。いや、きつかったねー。バグで消えるのがきつかったねー。まあ。もうないんでね。遊んでる限りないので。明日頑張っていきたいと思います。バイバーイ。めっちゃ疲れたー。オリガちゃんの手すらおかしくなってる。オリガちゃん頑張って手振って。